Yes, 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 y'all. Welcome back to the live show. Welcome back to the live show. Welcome back to the live show. It is your boy, Genesis. I am back in the building. It is currently 1:09 a.m. Today's date is the 1st of December 2024. The 1st of December 2024, guys. The year has finally came to the last month, and it's just amazing. I remember the first day of this year. It's like just yesterday, and now it's December 1st. So don't waste your time on things you're not supposed to be doing. Focus on yourself, focus on your goals, focus on the things that matters to you, focus on the things that makes you happy, focus on the things that protects your mental state, focus on the things that provides for your family, and just focus on good vibes, guys. Positive energy and love, peace, and kindness, because it is just time is going fast, like faster than we can even think of, and it's just amazing. Anyway, with that being said, Trump has chosen his FBI director nominee, who happens to be Cash Patel. Cash Patel has been nominated to be Trump's FBI director. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys think about it? Cash is definitely someone who is very loyal to Trump. And I mean, it is what it is. He's been loyal to Trump. And of course, rumor has been spreading for a long time that this guy was going to be Trump's FBI director peak. And eventually, at the end of the day, he became the FBI director nominee. I think he's gonna get the job. I think he's gonna get the job. This is just my perspective and my opinion. I think he's gonna get the job because a lot of people like him. But of course, by tomorrow or next, we're gonna start getting news on Cash and some rumors, just like we started getting on Gates and Tulsi and everybody. But we're gonna get some new stuff on Cash. However, Cash may be solid dude, man. He may be a solid dude like Tom Holman, where you never get anything out of him. But let's see. Let's see what happens. Anyway, we're gonna get to the meat of this stream right now. And yes, y'all. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yo.
Charlie Hurt and Dr. Mark Siegel, and this is the Big Weekend Show. We begin tonight with a Fox News alert. President-elect Donald Trump has just nominated Kash Patel for director of the FBI. Trump made the announcement on Truth Social just moments ago. During Trump's first term, Patel served as the chief of staff at the Department of Defense. So, Charlie, not too long ago, Donald Trump said that Kash's new book, talking about how he's going to completely eradicate the deep state and also firings at the top ranks of the FBI would sort of be the blueprint for what he would want to do in his new administration. I mean, the deep state needs cleaning. The Department of Justice and the FBI also need some firings and some reform as well. So what do you think he'd be able to accomplish as FBI director?
Yeah, well, obviously, Kash Patel has a unique observation and history with the FBI. He has been on all sides of the FBI. He, working for Devin Nunes in Congress, of course, had oversight of the FBI and made life difficult for them. But that was, of course, before he realized just how corrupt the FBI is. He's also been a target of the FBI. And the reason he was a target of the FBI is because he pressured the release of information exposing that the FBI had illegally spied on President Trump's campaign and during his presidency. And the idea that this was, only in Washington would this be shocking. He has experience. He knows where the bodies are buried, and you will not be able to fool him out of actually doing some of the cleaning that needs to be done.
In the book is Government of Gangsters. So let's look at some of what Kash has done. He has served as the U.S. National Security Council official, senior advisor to the acting director of national intelligence, also as the chief of staff to the acting United States Secretary of Defense, all during the Trump administration. So, Julie, this is someone that Donald Trump trusts. Right. Yeah. And we saw him face the deep state during his first administration. We all remember the Russia hoax. We also remember the 51 former intelligence officers who lied to us, telling us that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. So it's important, particularly at the role of FBI director, for him to have someone that he trusts.
Yeah, and there is a history of a lot of deep state, if you want to talk about the deep state politics here, but in the FBI in itself, just trusting the FBI. I mean, we have not trusted him in past administrations, the FBI in general. The directors and former directors and also members of the FBI have been leaking information to the press in order to advance their political purposes. And the FBI should not be a place of politics. I mean, the FBI has a role, and the FBI has really lost a lot of credibility. I mean, the FBI does not have credibility. So I think obviously there's going to be backlash. Everyone's going to criticize on the left that Donald Trump has yet once again picked another, conservative who happens to also be a friend, who happens to be an ally. But that's kind of what you need in this White House, because if you don't pick people that you trust, then that's when the leaks happen and that's when the backstabbing happens. And for once, he's got people surrounded by him. And I know that Trump is very
Concerning what she said about the FBI losing credibility, most people would say it's true because of the Trump trial and the Mar-a-Lago raid. Some people would say yes, but it is what it is. However, this guy, Kash Patel, has been solid on getting more information on things that matters to the voters, and he's been a very, very key player when it comes to people who have been talking about the FBI and the deep state.
much a loyalist, and he believes in the people that are loyal to him. And so you know that you're not going to be getting that with Kash Patel and with a lot of other nominees that he's chosen to elect.
Yeah, and this is someone who's also faced 2 assassination attempts as well, right? So he really needs people he can
trust his inner circle.
I think that the key points that have been made, he's cleansing. He's cleansing the FBI here. He's cleansing Department of Justice. He wants loyalists. You talk about loyalists. Kash Patel, of course, to add one point here, was the one who said those documents were declassified, period. And he stood up for Trump. He took the Fifth Amendment. That is something Trump remembers. With all the attacks that Trump considers to be politically motivated, Patel stood up for him. Has a great background. Got his JD over in the UK, is a very, very smart operator, has been in the Department of Defense, as was said, Department of Justice. He's highly skilled.
Well, and I like, especially as someone who distrusts government to a great degree, I like the fact that Trump's surrounding himself with people who also don't like the government very much as well, and who've also been targets of the government as well. All right, so let's now head down to West Palm Beach, Florida, where Mark Meredith has been following this story very closely. Mark.
Good evening. You're right. I sure have. I'm glad I didn't make dinner reservations for tonight because these nominees are coming out at a pretty much rapid pace. We've also learned that there's going to be a new nominee to head up the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency. But I have to go back to the main story at this hour is that President-elect Trump plans, once he makes it to Washington, to nominate a new FBI.
Trump is definitely a genius. The people he's bringing in right now, these people are the people that love him, respect him, cherish him, and look up to him. So, of course, it's going to get all his agenda done. It is just what it is.
Director, who would then, if confirmed by the Senate, take over from Christopher Wray, who filled the job after James Comey was fired back in 2017 as well. Now, Trump has been talking about trying to shake up the FBI for years, and obviously Kash Patel, if confirmed, would be able to do that. He has spoken out quite a bit about what he says is a deep state unelected cabal of tyrants who he thinks are trying to sabotage those that have been elected, including President-elect Trump. There have been rumblings that Patel could end up at CIA. The FBI post was also being out there as somebody talked about, but we didn't expect this announcement tonight. Now, one of the big questions going forward is what kind of reception he will get up on Capitol Hill. We saw what happened after the Attorney General nominee, Matt Gaetz, was announced. Trump said he was going to stick with him, that he felt like he was very confident in him. But then after a few days up on the Hill, gauging the reaction from lawmakers, they realized that they weren't going to be able to get their nominee through. I don't know what kind of reception Kash Patel is likely to get from the Senate. Obviously, the Republicans are counting on that Senate majority that they're going to have come January. That's going to give them a little bit more leverage, obviously, than they would have right now, with the Democrats still having that very small percentage where they can flip the chamber. So let's talk about what we're going to see next. One, we're going to have to ask about what about Christopher Wray's response to all of this right now. Obviously, he is not going to be Trump's pick going forward. My understanding is that he had said he had not planned to go anywhere after he had already been confirmed, like he said, in 2017. So he's going to simply be out of a job, but whether or not it's going to be Patel or somebody else going forward, still yet to be seen. If it's okay with you, I'd like to read what Trump had to say about his nominee. He said he wants him to serve because he's a brilliant lawyer, an investigator, and an America First fighter who has spent his career exposing corruption, defending justice, and protecting the American people. Now, what we will also be looking to see is how, if confirmed, Patel would want to shake up the FBI. Obviously, there's been so much focus on the FBI's role back in 2016 as it began investigating Russiagate. And we have seen, of course, those hearings that have happened for years where people were trying to find out who was trying to control some of the behind-the-scenes action as they were investigating Trump. Trump making it very clear he's not happy with the FBI, and this certainly would be a shakeup. Guys, back to you.
It sure is, Mark. Thank you. A little breaking news to keep things exciting around here. Charlie, how do you think Kash Patel being picked as FBI director, how do you think this will be received on Capitol Hill? What does this fight look like for Trump to get some of these guys through?
Oh, there will definitely be a pretty good freak out on Capitol Hill among Democrats.
You think?
I don't think that there will be as much resistance. The problem for Matt Gaetz was that he started finding resistance among Republicans, and it had less to do with his history of work and more to do with other things. Kash Patel doesn't have to worry about that. There will be a massive freakout over the fact of what he stands for and what he promises to do. What I love about this is, there are lots of flaws with Matt Gaetz. But one of the great things about picking Matt Gaetz is that we were going to have confirmation hearings that we're going to put the Department of Justice on trial. And we were going to have a good 2 weeks of forcing the press to talk about how corrupt the Department of Justice has become and how much the Biden administration and the Obama administration, quite frankly, politicized the Department of Justice to go after their political enemies. The great thing about Kash Patel is, we lost that when Matt Gaetz walked away, but we're going to get it now. When Kash Patel goes before the United States Senate, the entire thing is going to be a trial of the Department of Justice and every single thing that they have done to become more politicized and to become weapons against anyone that the Biden administration or the Obama administration deems as a threat. And that is a magnificent thing.
Yeah.
Dr. Siegel, I feel like, this was a mandate for Donald Trump, right? The House and the Senate, they rode his coattails to victory. So I think he should have the people around him that he wants and that he trusts.
And that have great talent. And the other thing about Kash Patel is he's a writer and he messages and he helped Trump run Truth Social. And that children's book he wrote, The Plot Against the King, which made fun of the whole idea that Trump was targeted in the 2016 election, took his side with a children's book. He does it all across the way. And I think that Trump is picking him, A, because of his talent and B, because of his loyalty.
Julie, big picture, looking at some of these nominees and these cabinet picks, what does that tell you about what kind of administration we're going to see from this next chapter?
I think that we're going to have more honesty and transparency, because there was one thing that the former President Trump did, and that was be transparent. And this administration has been not. There has been such a lack of transparency in that. And I want to talk about Kash Patel as the man, not just of the professional. I mean, he's super distinguished. He is so smart. He's so qualified for this job. So nobody out there on the left can say he's not. But he's also a good person. Yeah. He's an honest man. He wrote that children's book. He's hysterical. I love him. His personality is amazing. He's a real person. But he also, like a children's book, he is actually a co-author. The two of us wrote.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. So Kash Pramod Patel, that is his full name. Kash Pramod Patel is his full name. He was the former chief of staff to the United States Secretary of Defense. And now Trump has nominated him to be the director of the FBI. This guy really has background, experience, love for the United States. I believe he's going to be the best man for the job.
for the same children's book publisher, Brave Books. And so I do know him quite well, and I think he's an amazing character, and I think he's going to be a huge asset. And I think it's so important to know that he's taking good character people and putting them into the White House that we can trust, that we know that they're not going to tell us bold-faced lies every single day. These are honest, hardworking people, and I don't think you can really argue against that.
Well, and Charlie, I mean, Americans overwhelmingly wanted change. Right. They didn't like the direction this country was heading in, and they wanted change, and that's what they're getting.
Yeah, there were obviously key issues that, that went into this past election. Immigration was one of them. The economy was another. But first and foremost, and the entire, we have talked about having like a third party or a nonpartisan candidate for as long as I've been covering politics. Donald Trump is the first person to come along who is a nonpartisan candidate, who is a third-party candidate, and he has crashed both parties. And the reason is exactly what you just said right there. People are ready for change. They want a scalding change to occur in Washington. And obviously, Donald Trump himself would say that there were mistakes he made, chiefly about some of the people that he hired in the first term. He's not going to make that mistake this time. And I think that, he views his reelection as being a starting.
He has crashed both parties. Man, Trump has changed the political game in this country.
Not a victory, but a starting point for making transformational change.
Bringing in fresh talent. Trump doesn't really have a rearview mirror. He's not going to go back in time to somebody that he thinks, well, maybe I'll keep him, maybe I won't. And I absolutely agree with Julie that the bad look from the last administration, of the outgoing administration, of camouflaging everything, a sick president that was hidden from the public eye, except from physicians who knew. I mean, we need fresh transparency. By the way, get Julie Banderas' children's book, Brave Books.
Also, good. I'm glad you brought up the fact they did lie to us about. We have a president currently in office who dropped out via X, said he wasn't equipped to run for president, but yet he's still in office. It's real quick, Julie, then we got to go.
No, I mean, it's crazy. And if you look at the past administration and you wonder why he's changing and making these drastic changes, is because that's what America voted for. Yep. They did not vote for Kamala Harris because they wanted change. Even Kamala Harris couldn't accept that this country wants change. So I say go for it. Kash Patel has been very vocal that he wants to absolutely just upend the FBI.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show one more time. Well, Kash Patel, like you heard, he was the former chief of staff to the United States Secretary of Defense, and Trump has nominated him to be the FBI director to remake, this is what Trump says, to remake the agency. Well, hopefully Kash can do it. What else? Let's see more news on Kash Patel. This is on CNN.
Juliet, first, I just want to get your reaction to this breaking news that President-elect Trump intends to nominate Kash Patel to serve as the FBI director.
Well, I mean, first of all, just we should note how everything has changed because of Donald Trump firing Comey, that we're now at a stage in which the FBI director, who's not supposed to serve at the whims of whatever president comes in, we sort of just Trump sort of views that as a given. It is viewed as his appointment. So whatever is happening in terms of who he chooses, the fact that this is even a seat that we're talking about shows how much Trump is planning on putting his people in. And now this gets to Patel. There's no one less. I mean, there's a lot of people less qualified to run the FBI. There is no one the only reason why Trump would have done this pick is for his retribution campaign. There is almost no other reason to explain this. And I know that we have to say, in terms of reporting, well, we'll see what others say, or we'll see what the Republicans do. But everyone who has followed this president-elect and who he wants to put in knows that this particular position and this particular person is being chosen for what is essentially the retribution campaign. And that means a couple of things. It will mean the lack It's not just who they go after. Let's start with who they don't go after. The lack of enforcement against people who might use violence, who might do things illegal, hate crimes, otherwise, in the name of Donald Trump is likely to occur. In other words, the decision not to prosecute under federal crimes is one that the FBI will be part of in terms of where they put their investigatory resources. More importantly, of course, is the people presently in the DOJ who are looking to see whether Trump is going to go after them can assume that the FBI will start investigations, including his President Biden's own family members. But the president-elect has also talked about looking at the 2020 campaign. He seems to still believe that he won that. That will be something that will be looked at. So there's almost no other explanation that is rational. It's not political. It's just the way you look at this is we need to believe the president-elect in terms of what he's doing. We don't have to look for another reason. He wants his person who is on a sort of burn it up tour to lead the FBI. And no rational person would look at this nomination and view it otherwise.
And Juliette, I just want to read, this is a transcript from what Kash Patel said earlier, just a little bit ago, a few weeks ago. He was saying, he was on Steve Bannon's podcast, and he said, I think we can play it. Actually, we have it. Let's listen to it. That's better than me reading it.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
Yeah.
Now, Juliette, in terms of, again, as I said with Elena, you have to be Senate confirmed. There are steps between now and him becoming the director. However, if he were to be the director, what kind of levers can he pull? And how much power do you have as the director of the FBI to execute a plan like that?
Well, I mean, just look at Herbert Hoover. I mean, it was a tremendous amount of investigatory powers. There are laws to check this, but you can go after your political enemies, as Hoover did against the civil rights movement. You can try to get wiretaps or whatever else based on investigations against your alleged political enemies or even the media. Look, we have a lot of checks in place now, right, in terms of what the FBI can lawfully do. Those checks will not work against an FBI director who is essentially hell-bent on what we just heard him say on the podcast, to go after the political enemies of the president. So basically what's happening now, just to remind people what the FBI generally does, right, it's federal crimes. It is everything as, boring cases like, I don't mean that, but antitrust civil cases, cases that are, about regulations and finances, all the way to hate crimes. And then, of course, to national security issues. All of those require resources and focus by the director of the FBI. The FBI chooses where to put those resources and also can choose where and how to begin investigations. People who are the target of that, who might look around and be nervous, people who are the target of that certainly can either bring a lawsuit against the FBI or defend themselves in court should the investigation be viewed as illegal. But what you're talking about now is a lot of resources that are being used for two purposes. One is the political purposes of sort of protecting the president from the Democratic criticism. And I mean, not capital D. I mean, the criticism that any president ought to expect to face if they are president of a democracy, as well as going backwards to 2020 and to January 6th and whatever else he wants to do
These
to
people
go
say the
after
same
political
thing
enemies.
every
There's just
time.
no
People
other
that don't
way.
like,
There's no spin. There's
he's
no
not
he's
worthy of the
qualified or whatever.
position.
This
This
one
isn't a
is
sensible
solely
pick.
for the purposes
This man
of
should
of
not be the director of
the
the
sort
FBI.
of
There's nothing Trump
redemption
does
tour of the
that
president-elect.
they
Juliette,
actually
stay with us. I want to go to Evan Perez,
support.
CNN senior justice correspondent. who is here with us. Evan, look, this news just breaking tonight that Trump is intending to nominate him. However, this had been the talk for a little bit, and I'm curious what you had heard as this was kind of percolating from people you were talking to within the justice community, and what you think, how you think this could, go forward, and what might happen.
Well, this has been as you pointed out, a ruminating behind the scenes in Mar-a-Lago, where people have been, of course, making their presence known to the president-elect, trying to get jobs, trying to get their positions in the incoming administration. And in the background, as he's been filling some of his cabinet posts, has been this question of what he will do with the FBI director. Now, one of the things that's interesting is that he hasn't really spoken much about Chris Wray. He hasn't complained about him really since July. So people at the FBI, I think were hoping perhaps that Donald Trump might back away from his promise or his vow previously that he would fire Chris Wray. Obviously, that is now not. It is obviously that he's decided to follow through on what he said he was going to do. So there's a couple of things that are now playing out. The question is, does Chris Wray wait to be fired, or does he resign before Donald Trump takes office on January 20th? Donald Trump doesn't have power to fire him right now. And so that's the way this is going to go in the next few weeks. And behind the scenes at the FBI, certainly I think there's been a lot of push by people inside the Bureau, inside the Justice Department, to urge Wray to stay, because it just can't be normal that Donald Trump is the only president really who just fires FBI directors for not liking how they do their job, right? That's how Chris Wray is in this position, because Trump fired James Comey in 2017. And so one of the big questions has been, does Wray stay in the job and sort of just make the point that he's not going anywhere until he's forced to do so? And so that's what we'll see what happens in the next few weeks, because that's been certainly one of the big topics of conversation inside the FBI, inside the Justice Department, Jessica.
Right, in the immediate, what happens. All right, Evan Perez, thank you so much for that reporting. We really appreciate it.
Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. All right. Kash Patel. I'm going to read you a little bit of background on Kash Patel. All right, as you all know, Kash Patel was Kash Patel has always been a loyalist to Trump. Everybody knows that. And then Kash Patel was also the former chief of staff to the United States Secretary of Defense. Now, Kashyap Pramod Vinod Kash Patel, that is his full name. Kashyap Pramod Vinod Kash Patel, this is his full name. He was born in February 25, 1980. Now, as an American attorney and former government agent nominated by President-elect Donald Trump to serve as the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which was today during his second presidency, obviously. Patel previously served as a U.S. National Security Council official, senior advisor to the acting director of national intelligence, and chief of staff to the acting United States Secretary of Defense during the first presidency. So he worked with Trump in his first term. Now Trump is bringing him back on the second term. A member of the Republican Party, obviously, Patel worked as a senior aide to Congressman David Nunes during the latter's tenure as chair of the House Intelligence Committee. He began his career as a federal public defender, a federal prosecutor working on national security cases, and a legal liaison to the United States Armed Forces. Patel has widely been described by news organization as a Trump loyalist, of course, because he's always supported Trump. And when he was called to testify against Trump, he plead the fifth. Will you say he pled the fifth or plead the fifth? So, as an aide to Congressman Nunes, Patel played a key role in helping Republicans during investigations into Trump and Russian interference in the 2016 election. In November 2024, Trump named Patel as his nominee for Director of Federal Bureau of Investigation to replace Christopher A. Wray. He's a disruptor. This guy is a disruptor, just like Matt Gaetz, just like um, Tom Homan, just like people like Tulsi Gabbard. This guy is a disruptor, and Trump is really letting everybody know that, yo, this is what my second term is going to look like. I am going to be disrupting the whole system. I am going to disrupt the whole system. And this is why CNN is saying, well, he's not qualified. I just read you his background. This guy has been the senior advisor to the acting director of national intelligence, and CNN says he is not qualified to be the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. How does that even work? How would you be a senior advisor to the acting director of national intelligence and then you're not qualified to be the director of Federal Bureau of Investigation? That's just unheard of. But it is what it is. It is what it is. CNN is always going to be CNN. With that being said, I actually want us to throw it back. All right, we're going to throw it back now to the 47th. Okay, yeah. We're going to throw it back to when Trump was campaigning and he mentioned that Israel would have never been attacked if he was president. And now we want to hear what he said during his campaign trail and what he promised to do on his first 100 days, the first days of his term and the first year. So let's see what he has to say. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Also, you guys, if you don't want to watch the vertical stream, you can go check out the horizontal stream. I did a little tweaking there, just like I just started. I'm just learning a lot about streaming. But anyway, you guys go check out the horizontal stream if you don't want to watch the vertical stream. I'm also streaming horizontally right now. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
They would be sorry. So Russia would have never attacked. Israel would have never been attacked. The Ukraine situation is so horrible. The Israeli situation is so horrible. What's happened? And we're going to get them solved. We're going to get them solved very fast. I actually said Ukraine. I know President Putin very well. I know Zelensky very well. I'm going to get him in. We're going to get it solved very quickly. Should have never happened. Would have never happened. Now you have all that death, far greater than people understand. The numbers are far, far greater than anybody would even think possible. You're going to find that out in the years to come. When they knock down these massive buildings in Ukraine, and then you see they announced 2 people were slightly wounded. No, many people were killed. Many people were killed. We're going to get it stopped. But it's so sad because it should have never started. people killed and a culture destroyed. You can never replace 1,000-year-old buildings with the most beautiful golden domes and churches and everything, just all rubble now. And it's so sad, would have never, ever happened. And likewise, Israel would have never been attacked. It all comes from Iran, and we would have had to deal with Iran very quickly had the election where we, by the way, got, and I say we because it's all we got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But they say we lost by a whisker, okay? But regardless of that, we're going to do incredible things, and we're not going to let China do what they'd like to do. I get along great with him also. President Xi is a very strong leader, and we're going to get things solved. We're going to get the Ukraine war solved. We're going to get the Israeli situation solved. But if you think back to that, Iran was broke. I said to every country, anybody does business with Iran, buys oil from Iran, they were broke. We're not going to let you do business in the United States. And that's the way it is. They did very little business, almost sold no oil. Nobody wanted to do that. That's a big penalty. And what happened is they had no money to give to Hamas and to give to Hezbollah. And in fact, there were a lot of stories at the time. They had no money for terror. And for 4 years, we had no terror. We had the terror ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, but it was really the Trump terror ban. We don't want people in our country that are going to blow up our shopping centers. Thank you very much. And we want.
One thing nobody can say is that when this guy was the 45th president of the United States, there was no chaos. Israel, the Lebanese people, Iran, Russia, Ukraine, nobody even had a conversation. Like we, the American people, we never said anything about it. Like there was nothing going on. I'm not saying there was no tension, don't get me wrong. However, there was no escalation. Okay. There was no chaos. And he's saying the facts. He's just saying the facts.
A country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them. And we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them. And we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets. And we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look. And we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage. We're going to rebuild our beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week, they shot 3 people, and every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to rebuild our cities, and we'll work with the Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York. We're going to work with the people in Chicago and LA. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe. And we're going to give our police officers immunity. So every time they do something, they don't get sued and stopped. We're going to end crime in our cities. In Iowa, you don't know what that means, but I'll tell you, this is a different place. You don't know about crime. You don't know about getting mugged and getting whacked and getting thrown into subways. And we're going to stop it. And we're going to come down very hard on criminals. And we're going to stop crime in America. He thinks that we're going to be.
Now, when he said he's going to give policemen law enforcement immunity, I have always been against that part. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm not gonna cap. I have always been against the immunity for law enforcement. I'm not gonna even cap at all because at the end of the day, everybody still has to be responsible as adults. for their actions. Okay, so if you're giving immunity to law enforcement, I'm not saying they don't risk their lives for us every single time they go out there. They try to protect us. We call them when we are in trouble. We call them when somebody's trying to do something bad around us, to our family members and stuff. You know what I mean? So I respect law enforcement. I'm thankful for law enforcement. However, it's like giving them immunity. It's like, Lord, there still has to be some sort of restraint, because everybody has to take responsibility for their actions, just like every adult take responsibility for their actions. So that's my own 2 cents. I'm just saying I voted for Trump. However, this is the one thing that I've always been thinking about. Like, why would you give law enforcement total immunity? I hope it doesn't give them total immunity. It could be, like, to some extent, but still, they are bad actors in every walk of life. They are bad actors in every industries. So I wouldn't say give law enforcement totally full immunity. I don't think that's like smart.
Be attacked, or they're going to be attacked. That's pretty pathetic. They wouldn't be attacking Israel if I were president, that I can tell you, and they never did. They wouldn't be attacking. Iran was in no position to attack. They had no money. They were broke. But now they have $221 billion, and they have Iraq, who has $300 billion, and Iraq has become a subsidiary of Iran. With all that we've done, with all of the fighting, all of the death, look at what happened, how incompetent the whole thing is. But I don't want to say who I spoke to, but I think it's a very, very dangerous period. This is a very dangerous period of time in our nation, and a big reason that it's dangerous that we have a president that's grossly incompetent. Thank you all very much.
Too windy to land, sir. I said, that's okay. Land anyway. We have no choice. It's windy, but it's beautiful. It's Pennsylvania. It's our place. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to make
Land anyway.
great again. Before going any further,
One thing we got to get is this guy is 78 years old. Never forget, this man is 78 years old. Yet, he's working like he's some sort of 45 years old, 55 years old, like early 60s. He's 78 years old. He's so sharp, smart, vibrant. His sense of humor is way out of this world. Like, I really respected this guy. Well, I've always respected Trump. However, I respected him more when I saw the campaign trail, when I saw him go every single day for like 60 to 70 days, doing 2 to 5 events every single day. Godly. I do not know how this guy does it. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what kind of, what, I don't know. Look, his health is top notch. Okay, his health is definitely top notch. I don't know, man.
I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. This would not happen. The weakness that we've shown is unbelievable, and it would not have happened if we were in office. You know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. But America prays for Israel, and we send our absolute support to everyone in harm's way. This is an attack that would not have happened. I mean, to think about what we have to go through and the things we put up with the border, with no energy independence, with all electric cars. Would everybody like to buy an electric car for the rest of the But we will return the world to peace through strength, and it'll happen very quickly. We'll revive American strength abroad, and we will restore American strength at home. We were respected 4 years ago all over the world. Today, we are considered a joke. It's not going to be for long. Believe me, it's not going to be for long. We will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world like we had it just 4 years ago. It was just announced that inflation is once again raging. It's close to 4% again. Here we go.
Mr. Trump, what do you think of Judge Cannon's order? Are you happy to vote tonight?
Thank you very much. What Biden is doing with respect to Israel is disgraceful. If any Jewish person voted for Joe Biden, they should be ashamed of themselves. He's totally abandoned Israel, and nobody can believe it. I guess he feels good about it because he did it as a political decision. You have to do the right decision, not the political decision, but he did a very bad thing. I just want to let you know that we've just filed a major motion in the appellate division concerning the absolutely unconstitutional gag order, where I'm essentially not allowed to talk to you about anything meaningful that's going on in the case, and many good things are going on with the case. It shouldn't have been filed. They had this morning the top legal scholars in the country. This is a Frankenstein case. They took a dead misdemeanor, they attached it to a dead alleged federal felony and zapped it back into life. So many of us are just amazed to watch this actually walk into court, because it's not a recognizable crime that any of us have seen. That's Jonathan Turley. I've been doing this for 60 years, and I don't understand what crime he's been charged with. Nobody understands this. I just don't get the crime. There's no evidence of any crime whatsoever. This is a sham. That's Alan Dershowitz. And these are people that they speak their minds. They're not for me, they're for justice. This is another one. This is without precedent in American history. Only with the desperation of President Joe Biden and his fanatic left-wing enforcers did it become possible to think about arresting and jailing their major political opponent. This case must be taken out of Judge Merchan's hands because he's totally conflicted. Judge Merchan is totally conflicted, like probably no judge has ever been conflicted before. Here's another one, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. His prosecution of former President Donald Trump violates both the federal and state constitutions. This is a prosecutor making it up as he goes along. Due process worthy of the names does not tolerate that. So these are statements. This is Andrew McCarthy made that statement, highly respected. Judge is allowing wide scope of information that has absolutely nothing to do with the case. That's Rebecca Rosewood on Fox News. Today we have Rick Scott here, Senator Rick Scott. We have other politicians here. We have many people in support. The outside of this building is closed down like Fort Knox. Nobody's ever seen. We have so many police down here, New York's finest, and they are New York's finest. They're just told what to do, but they don't have them at Columbia. They don't have them at NYU or any other places. This is like an armed camp down here, and you have nothing to worry about. Believe me, your problem is from the left. It's not from the right. Big problem from the left. It's from within our country. That's a bigger, in my opinion, a bigger danger than China or Russia. You have it from the outside and you have it from within. From within is a bigger danger to our country, and it's from the left, not from the right. But Rick Scott's here, and he said you can't go after political persecutions. This is a shame. This should not be happening in our country. And Senator Ted Cruz put out a very strong statement about attacking Donald Trump and the American voter. It's an attack on both. This is purely and simply election interference. There is no case. So that's the way it is. But here we sit after 2.5 weeks, and I think you'll see some very revealing things today. And I want to thank my lawyers. They've done a very good job, but I'd rather thank them after it's over as opposed to now, because we don't want them to get carried away. There's no case. Should have never been brought. Alvin Bragg didn't want to bring it.
Cy Vance didn't want to bring it, and he didn't. He left. He didn't bring it. Everybody's looked at it. Southern District didn't bring it. Federal elections didn't bring it. It's also a federal case, not a state case, which they're not allowed to do, but these are minor details. So I just want to thank you for being here, and we'll see you later in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
What do you think of the Stormy Daniels testimony? How's the line feel about the testimony? Are you politicizing this trial?
Crooked Joe Biden would say constantly that he ran because of Charlottesville. We know that's not true. And in any case, he's done a really terrible job because Charlottesville is like a peanut compared to the riots and anti-Israel protests that are happening all over our country. Right now, it's a disaster. There's never been a time like it in the United States of America, and it's Crooked's fault because he sends the wrong message every single time. And that includes what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That includes October 7th. And that certainly includes a bad message on inflation, where he has launched inflation at levels never seen before. The fact is that Crooked Joe hates Israel and he hates the Jewish people. There's no question about that. And if Jewish people are going to vote for Joe Biden, they have to have their head examined. He's a disaster for Israel. The problem is that he hates the Palestinians also, and even more so, and he just doesn't know what to do. He's a confused man. He can't put two sentences together. He doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know he's alive, and he's our president. We have to end it. November 5th, we're going to end it. Thank you very much. God be with you.
Crooked Joe has not just set our economy on fire, he has truly set the world on fire. If you want to know how a weak and pathetic president really is, I mean, the things they do, just think about this. This week he announced that he...
During the campaign trail, this guy roasted Biden big time. Definitely roasted Biden big time. I mean, this was just way too funny, bro. This was way too funny. And this is why the people voted for him, is authenticity. He is authentic. He says it the way he wants to say it, the way he believes it is, rather than trying to sugarcoat anything. This guy says it the way he wants to say it. It's just what it is.
will withhold shipping weapons to Israel as they fight to eradicate Hamas terrorists in Gaza. No, it was shocking to hear it. Even while there are still American hostages being held by Hamas, and they're saying, oh, October 7th never happened. You know, they say that. And Biden has fallen for it. Crooked Joe's action is one of the worst betrayals of an American ally in the history of our country. I support Israel's right to win its war on terror. Is that okay? I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad politically. I don't care. You got to do what's right. It was a terrible attack. October 7th was a terrible attack. I don't know. It's probably bad politically, but I don't care. You have to do the right thing. There would have been no war in Gaza with me in the White House. There would not have even been a chance. You know, Iran was broke when I was president. I said, if you buy oil, anybody buys oil from Iran, they can't do business with the United States. They were totally broke. Now they have $250 billion. They made it all in 3.5 years. When I was president, we had peace in the Middle East like never before, and I got the Abraham Accords done when nobody thought it was possible. And they've done nothing with them. We had 4 countries done. We would have had a...
One thing is for sure. Let me see you put it in the chat. Do you think there would have been a war in Gaza if this guy was still president from 2020 to 2024? And do you think Ukraine and Russia would have been at it for this long? Do you think Ukraine would have invaded Russia? Russia would have invaded Ukraine. Do you think Russia would have invaded Ukraine? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, every country would have been signed up, in my opinion, including Iran, because they wanted to make a deal so badly. Now they don't have to because they're a rich country. Crooked Joe surrendered to the terrorists just like he surrendered to the Taliban. And so I took hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes and fees from China and other countries also, not just China. Everyone rips us, all of them. The European Union is brutal. They all are brutal because they were dealing with people that didn't care. They had no business bent.
They were politicians. They didn't want to rock the boat. European Union treats us very badly. They learned. They learned. We did a lot of things with them. Macron of France, good guy's a friend of mine, but he loves France. And he was going to put a tax on all American business, a very substantial tax, 25% on American businesses in France. And my people went, I gave it to Steve Mnuchin, I gave it to others. I said, go in and tell him you can't do that stuff, don't do it. And they came back and they were unable to make a deal. I said, I'll give you another couple of days, just tell him I don't want it. He came back, they said, can't make a deal. I called up Macron of France, the head, nice guy, loves France, likes France, he's a friend of mine. But I said, Emmanuel, hi, Emmanuel. How are you, Emmanuel? Oh, Donald, I love you so much. You're doing such a good job. I said, thank you very much. I agree. But let me just tell you, Emmanuel, you're putting a big tax on American companies doing business in France. You can't do it. Oh, it's too late. Oh, I wish you would have called me early. It's too late, Donald. I cannot do it. I said, yeah, you're going to do something about it. You got to do it. Are you going to do it? I won't be able to. I said, let me just tell you something, Emmanuel. Are you ready? Every bottle of wine and champagne that comes into the United States, this was a Friday evening, starting on Monday morning, is going to be taxed and tariffed at 100%. Every single bottle of wine and champagne from France will be taxed at 100%. No, you cannot do that. I said, I can do it. It's done. I have an order right in front of me. I'm signing it. You have 10 minutes. Call me back. He calls me back in about 3 minutes. Donald, we are pleased to inform you that we were able to end that horrible tax that I won. You know how many deals I made like that? I made more deals like that. I made a lot of deals with telephones. One thing I don't know, isn't it better when we don't read these stupid teleprompters all day long? Biden can't get up with the teleprompter. We had a beauty we went to Ohio, and we had 45-mile-an-hour winds. The teleprompters were like a sailboat. You ever try and read something just moving like 4 or 5? And then they blew off the stage. I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with you for an hour and a half, and I don't have any teleprompter. And we winged it. And the gentleman that I was there for, Bernie Moreno, ended up winning the nomination by a lot. And he's going to be the next guy, I hope, the next senator from the great state of Ohio, which we won by a lot. But sometimes those are our favorite speeches. And I only do this when I feel really comfortable with the crowd. And do I feel comfortable with you? I love you people. We are the same. We are the same. We are the same. But so I talked about France, but I do that with a lot. I did that with so many. I did it with Italy, where they were going to do something. They were charging us a lot. And I said, if you do that, we're going to take away your visa permits, and they immediately change. And other people, I send people that are very smart in to do the deal, and they come back, sir, they will not do it. I said, they'll do it. You got to ask them properly. But it's just, and they're very smart people, but they seem not to get the job done oftentimes. China is building massive automobile plants. I'm sure you're going to be thrilled to hear this one. A friend of mine builds automobile plants. This guy, I don't want to insult him, this guy can't walk across the street, but he can throw up an automobile plant better than anybody in the world. I said, I want to see one of the plants. He said, well, you'll have to go to Mexico. I said, why? He said, the big ones are being built in Mexico. I said, what about the United States? No, the big ones are being built in Mexico. Biden has taken so much incentive away, and they're moving into Mexico. And what's happening is the really big ones are being built by China in Mexico to make cars in Mexico by China to sell into the United States to come across the border with no tax. I said, wait a minute, you mean the big automobile plants under construction now are being built in Mexico? That's right. Now, he didn't care. He builds them whether it's here. He doesn't care. He just, he's a guy who builds plants. He's the biggest in the world. I said, so they're being built in Mexico, and they're owned by China, and China's running them, right? Yeah. And they're doing that to avoid tax and labor, more expensive labor. And they're going to sell all those cars into the United States. Yeah, they're built so that he makes the cars in Mexico, China, and they sell them in here. I said, that won't happen. I said, I will put a 200% tax on every car that comes in from those plants, and they're not going to do that because they'll destroy our automobile business. And Biden doesn't want to get involved, and those aren't electric vehicles necessarily. Those are
gas-powered vehicles, which he's not doing anything about. Do you notice he's trying to save the electrical vehicle, but not the gas-powered, which is the vehicle that everybody wants? So you don't have to worry about those plants if I'm elected. If I'm not elected, those plants are going to close up every automobile job in America. You won't be making one automobile in the United States of America. And the United Auto Workers, who, you know, I'm leading in Michigan by a lot, because they're run by an incompetent man that endorsed crooked Joe Biden. And the first thing he does is sign this electric vehicle, this mandate, that where they're going to go crazy. They're going crazy with the electric car, costing us a fortune. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars subsidizing a car that nobody wants and nobody's ever going to buy. And it's just a shame. You see it. It's so stupid. And it's the same thing with foreign policy. Look at what he's doing with Israel. Look at what he's doing. This man is destroying our country. He's destroying our allies. And you know what? I was tough on our allies, too, because our allies always took advantage of us. But once I got them straightened out, it was fine. I mean, we had NATO, and they weren't paying their bills. And they said, well, what are you going to do? He said, you know, Obama came in and he'd make a speech and he'd leave. Bush would come in, he'd make a speech and he'd leave. Trump came in, he made a speech and he went back, he said, you guys aren't paying your bills. And when I went back the second time, I couldn't do it the first time. I was in office for about two hours. You know, it's hard to go 2 hours. Like I think it was my second meeting was NATO. And it's hard to go immediately. But I said, I'll be back in about 6 months. And when I came back, I said, you're not paying your bills. And they looked at me, they said, well, you mean to tell me, because I said, you got to pay your bills or we're not going to protect you with NATO. And the press, the fake news went crazy. And you're talking about, hey, they screw us on trade, and then on top of that, we take care of their military. So I said, no, you have to pay your bills. And one of the presidents from one of the countries, 28 countries at the time, 28 countries, only 7 of them were paid up. The rest of them didn't pay. And the United States was paying much more than they should have, like by about 10 times. We were carrying NATO. So we get screwed on trade, and we carry NATO. And I said, if you don't do this, we got problems. And one of them stood up and said, sir, do you mean to tell me that if I'm attacked in this very big country, if I'm attacked as a country by Russia, you will not defend me? I said, are you delinquent? He said, well, let's say I was. I said, if you're delinquent, I would not protect you. And you know what happened? And the press killed me because they said, oh, you've treated us so terribly. They respect you more. They like me more than they like other people. They understand. They can't believe they got away with it. For years and years, they got away with it. South Korea, we're paying for their military. We have 42,000 soldiers there. They pay us like nothing. I changed that. But now Biden, I understand, wants to break it. He thought I was too rough, and they're paying too much. They make a fortune. They took our shipping industry. They took our computer industry. They took so many different industries, and they're making a lot of money. They can pay for their military. And these are the things I was doing as president. Are you enjoying this? Let's get on to another subject. But Europe is being flooded with Chinese cars, and they don't know what to do. Right now, you know, China wants to take over the cars all over the world. They just want to make the cars for everybody, right? That's wonderful. But we'd like to keep our jobs, if you don't mind. But I'm not going to allow it to happen in our car and truck industry. We're going to make sure that our industry grows. It's going to grow like a weed. By the end of my 4th year, our car and truck industry will be triple the size of what it is now, and jobs will be flourishing. We will be setting records in auto jobs and truck jobs. Under Biden, it will all be gone. You will not have any car maker. That's a big, important industry, too. You can't lose it. You're going to lose it. They're going to lose it. I see what's happening already, and I think that's why I'm up, because the United Auto Workers and Auto Workers General are very smart people, and they see what's happening. And I'm up in Michigan, I believe, because of it. And I'm way up in South Carolina. In fact, we had a little skirmish with the governor, and did we win by 40 points or 50 points? And that's fine. That's fine. We get along with everybody. Thought possible. Together, we stood up to the communists, Marxists, and fascists to defend religious liberty like no other president has ever done. And I have the wounds all over my body
If I took this shirt off, you'd see a beautiful, beautiful person. But you'd see wounds all over me. I've taken a lot of wounds, I can tell you. More than I suspect any president ever. You know, in history, and I've read, I love this stuff, but in history, they say Andrew Jackson was treated the worst, President Andrew Jackson. He was a great general and a very good president. And Abraham Lincoln was second worst. Now, he had a civil war, so, you sort of think that was understood. And now they're rewriting the books. Trump was treated the worst, Andrew Jackson second, and Abraham Lincoln third. But I definitely took top spot. I took top spot. And I'm honored to do it. And here we are looking for more. How about that? I could right now be home. I wouldn't be in court.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Okay. We're going to pause this, but I want to read to you guys concerning what Trump said to the BRICS nation and how he told them to stop whatever they were doing before it's too late. Listen. So, Trump 100% tariff on BRICS countries if they pursue creating new currency. Can Joe Biden do that? Can Kamala Harris do that? I doubt it. I don't think they can. Here you go. See, it says, let me make it large. Sorry, guys. It says here, President-elect Donald Trump said he would require countries that are part of BRICS, a China and Russia-backed group of emerging economies, to commit to not creating new currencies or face 100% tariffs during his administration. The idea that the BRICS countries can move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. Isn't this what you want to be a commander in chief? Isn't this the kind of person you want to be the commander in chief? Someone who fights for your currency. It says, we require a commitment from these countries that they will neither create new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful US economy. Trump posted on Truth Social on Saturday afternoon. Golly. Isn't this who you want to be a commander in chief? Someone who cherishes you, your country, and your currency. And BRICS had been made up of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa since 2011. Earlier this year, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, and Egypt formally joined the first expansion in over a decade. 34 countries have submitted an expression of interest. What is going on right here? Okay. Anyway, this is what I wanted us to talk about. What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this right here? I think this shows strength I think this shows commitment to the United States economy. I think this shows that the United States economy is going to come back bold, strong, and soaring higher because it takes a legend like this guy to come out and talk. I mean, look at his face. Look at his face, guys. Look at his face. There's just no way. He says Trump threatens 100% tariff on BRICS countries if they pursue creating new currency. It's over. It's over, guys. That's a sign of strength. Okay. Joe Biden could never, definitely not Kamala, I say that much.
And I've read, I love this stuff, but in history, they say Andrew Jackson was treated the worst, President Andrew Jackson. He was a great general and a very good president. And Abraham Lincoln was second worst. Now, he had a civil war, so, you sort of think that was understood. And now they're rewriting the books. Trump was treated the worst, Andrew Jackson second, and Abraham Lincoln third. But I definitely took top spot. I took top spot. And I'm honored to do it. And here we are looking for more. How about that? I could right now be home. I wouldn't be in court. I wouldn't be in courts all over the land. All started by crooked Joe Biden and his group of thugs. We restored the conscience, rights, and all of the things that we've done for doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups. Like the Little Sisters of the Poor, we came to their defense. I stopped the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment to interfere with pastors' freedom of speech and all religious leaders, pastors, not only pastors. And Joe Biden took it right away, and I will give it right back. We're going to give it right back. A long time ago, I learned about the Johnson Amendment a long time ago. They've basically taken away your rights. You're not allowed, if you're a minister, a pastor, or other religious leader or rabbi,
Everybody keeps talking about tariff. So Nicola said, what's the point of the comment section if I don't react to it? So Nicholas, you're talking about tariff, right? This guy is only talking about tariff to negotiate. It's a negotiating tactic, okay? It's just a token to negotiate. You think Canada, Mexico, China wants high prices for their people? Or you think the tariff is just one way? It goes both ways, Nicholas. Those people don't want high prices for their people. Same as Trump, he doesn't want high prices for us because we are already going through a lot and we voted for him based on his promises to lower the prices on all of this stuff to bring down inflation. That's why he's going back to back on the tariff rant because once you threaten these people with tariff, for example, Mexico's exports almost 80% of Mexico's export comes to the United States. So you think if Trump says, you know what, I'm gonna tariff all your stuff, or I'm just not gonna do business with you. You think Mexico can go on a trade war with Trump? That's impossible. There's virtually no country on earth that can truly, this is just facts, okay? Truly, there is no country on earth. This is just facts, okay? You can think whatever you want to think, but in real life, okay, there is truly no country on earth that can go head to head trade war with the United States because every one of them needs the United States. The United States needs people as well, but not compared to anybody else. It is just the facts.
You want to say things that are political. They take away your tax exemptions and they really destroy you. And I put that back, and now they've put it back. It's like a yo-yo. I'm going to put it back immediately. First day, I'm giving that back because
We want to hear from our ministers, our pastors, and our rabbis, and others, by the way. I issued guidance making clear that the right to freedom of worship does not end at the door to a public school. I was the first to, and I'm the only president, I think, to convene a meeting at the United Nations to end religious persecution worldwide. The only time it's ever been done. Because you know what? Presidents, they get elected and then they don't want to get involved. We don't want to get involved, like what I did for Israel as an example, right, with Jerusalem. Every president, for many, many presidents, said we're going to do that capital. Going to make Jerusalem the capital. They're going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. And nobody did it. And I understood why, because once I got there, I had more pressure put on me from other countries. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. I did it. I did something what many presidents, I don't know the number, but
Shout out to Kokabura. Kokabura, you are right. World trade means every country is dependent on others, but some more than others. For example, I just told you almost 80%, if not more than 80% of Mexico's export comes to the United States. So you mean to tell me if United States says, you know what, we're going to slash that into two and we just want 40%, do you know what that would do to Mexico's GDP? Do you know what that would do to Mexico's economy? Canada is already going through crazy times when it comes to the economy. They're going through turmoil when it comes to the economy. Go listen to Trudeau. Go listen to him. He doesn't want smoke. He's already coming to the table. He's smiling at Mar-a-Lago. Because you cannot really go head-to-head trade war with the United States, bro. You need the United States. I get it, world trade, whatever you want to say. But every one of these guys, at the end of the day, they're still going to have to come bow down and do business with the United States. Because if the United States say, we're not doing business with you, do you know how much the United States people consume? Like, you can go head to head, bro.
but going back a long time, they campaigned on it, they did it. I campaigned on it, and I did it. I just didn't take, thank you very much, that's very nice. You know, I didn't take calls for about 4 days. I set up the meeting on a Monday, and I didn't take calls. I was away, quote, over the weekend. And he'll call you back on Tuesday. Oh, kings, queens, everybody. He'll call you back on Tuesday. And we had a press conference on Monday, and I announced Jerusalem. I announced that we're going to move the embassy, and Jerusalem becomes the capital. Something. And by the way, that's a small one compared to what I did. I got rid of the Iran nuclear deal. Unfortunately, Biden did nothing with it. And Golan Heights and the Abraham Accords. What I did for Israel, and interestingly, this group is so unbelievably pro-Israel. It's amazing, actually, and I tell you that because in many ways you give it more support than anybody.
Y'all go read CRXR's comment, okay? Y'all go read CRXR's comments. That's like, just read this comment, okay? Because y'all need to understand what's going on. Tariffs are just negotiating tools. None of these tariffs has been enacted. I know you guys know, right? He's been talking about tariff. He campaigned on tariffs. Okay. I don't know why you guys are like surprised, oh, tariff is gonna make the inflation go off the chart. He campaigned based on tariffs. He said it was gonna increase tariffs on these countries that have been treating us unfairly. None of this tariff has actually been signed into law. None of them. So it's just conversation. But guess what? Guess what? Canada Prime Minister is already at Mar-a-Lago. What do you think he's doing at Mar-a-Lago? He's paying homage to the 47th, the great, the Don, the legendary. You can't go head to head with someone who is smart, who knows how to negotiate. You cannot, bro. You cannot. Why do you think China is talking to Trump? Why do you think the first female president of Mexico or Mexico, he's talking to Donald Trump? Why isn't she talking to Biden? Why are they not talking to Biden? Because they know this is the big dog. We gotta come appease. We gotta come appease the big dog, bro. We gotta come appease the big dog. Because who you think daddy is back, bro? Adults. This is the game. Adults are back in the White House. He's not even in the White House yet. Man, bro. This guy is just the 47th president elect. He is not even the president today. He is the president elect. And yet every one of them are going in droves to him to have a conversation. He's talking to bricks like his siblings. This is the commander-in-chief right here, and this is why I voted for this guy right here. Straight up apex predator. This is an apex predator. Think whatever you want to think, but this is who you need leading the free world. It is what it is. This is the alpha right here.
You give more support to Israel than anybody, so a lot of people really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I can use that. I can use that love. Thank you. Who is the woman? She sounded so nice. Stand up. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's very nice. And you have a beautiful voice, too. Thank you. We cannot let this, I have to say, once great country, but will soon be a great country again. But right now, we don't feel like this is a great country. We're a laughingstock all over the world. But we can't let our country fail. As everyone here understands, the radical left ideology Kamala supports is really militantly hostile toward Americans of faith. And you saw that during the pandemic where people couldn't get together. Even when they wanted to get together with big spaces outside, they were ravaged. As a senator, she viciously attacked highly qualified judicial nominees simply because they were members of the Knights of Columbus, suggesting that their Catholic faith disqualified them from serving on the federal bench. And I'll tell you something. I don't know, we have a lot of Catholics in here, probably not too many. How many Catholics do we have? Whoa, it's a lot. I don't know how a Catholic can vote for the Democrats because they're after the Catholics almost as much as they're after me. I would say I top you, I'm proud to admit. But they're really after the Catholics. And, you know, I met today with Bibi Netanyahu, and I will tell you, I asked him a question, and he said he's getting asked that question a lot. I said, how can a Jewish person or a person that loves Israel vote, think of this, vote for these parties? I mean, how can they vote Democrat? How can they vote for these horrible people that want to destroy? But I asked him, how do they vote for Democrats? Everything is negative. Everything, they want to stay in the way. They don't want to have victory. They want to stop you from having victory. They want to put you in jail. They want to persecute you. How does a Jewish person vote for a Democrat? And traditionally, they have. No, traditionally, they have. And we came to the conclusion it's mostly habit. Because they have for 50 years. I mean, they have. That's what they've done. But how does a Jewish person vote for a Democrat? How does a Catholic person vote for a Democrat? With what they're doing to Catholics, I just don't get it. Somebody doesn't like Catholics in that administration, and I don't even know who it is. I don't think it's Biden because I don't think he has any idea what the hell he's doing. I don't think he has any ideas on any subject. Kamala Harris supports California's outrageous new law trampling on parental rights and allowing minors to change their gender without parental notification or consent. Can you imagine? She's in favor of that, by the way. Or she was. She's probably losing. You know, they're losing as much as they can. But remember, a politician always goes back to where they started.
Harris wants to forcibly compel doctors and nurses against their will to give chemical castration drugs to young children. You know that, right? She totally supports that. And she supports the Biden-Harris Title IX policy of forcing every public school in America to let men into women's and girls' locker rooms. Can you imagine? It's like, what are we doing? What? You know, the whole world is laughing at us. You do know that, right? We've gone wacko. As president, I will protect the safety and well-being of America's children. I will defend the values of the American family. And above all, I will restore common sense to Washington, D.C., because Republicans, and I said this for the last year, and I think it's so true, we're conservative and all of that stuff. But you know what? We're the party of common sense. Common sense. We want borders. We want security. We want safety. We want good education. We'd like low interest rates. We'd like to be able to buy a house. We want safety, though. We want safety. We want strength. We want wisdom. We don't want to have an electric car where everybody has an electric car that doesn't go far, is made in China, costs too much. And by the way, and I want to thank Elon Musk for endorsing me, by the way, I have to tell you.
Hello, Bitcoiners. Thank you very much.
I don't know why people don't give this guy credit. You know, I don't know why you don't give this guy credit for anything. When he was president during his first term, mortgage rate was at its lowest probably ever. It was like on 2.89%. Like mortgage rate on 2.89%. Do you know what that means compared to what it is today? Like, do you see what inflation was doing when he was president? Inflation was so low. Now inflation is all the way up. It's coming down according to the stats. However, it's still not down to when Trump was president. Did you see the border? Fully secured. Did you hear about Ukraine, Russia? Did you hear about Iran, Palestinian people, Lebanese people? No. Like, give him credit for just all of this stuff that I've just mentioned. Abraham's Accords. You know, right to try. Like, this man did a lot. He funded HBCU schools. Okay, yeah, here we go. He funded HBCU schools. Record funding. This guy did a lot. Opportunity zones. Tax cut for every American, because most people will say it's only for billionaires and millionaires. No, it's actually for everybody. Because we had money coming in our pocket like back to back to back. So it was like prison reform that freed so many Americans. First Step Act. That's what it was called, the prison reform system. First Step Act. We had money saved up from 2016 to 2021, bro. All of a sudden, Bidenomics come into play, and it was just over. Gas prices went all the way up. Y'all remember when gas was like $1, $1.02, $1.05? $15, $20 will fill my tank. And I'm like, what is going on here? I was taking road trips. I was having a good time. Electricity bill was like $70. Now it's like $225. I'm doing the same exact thing I was doing before. What type of inflation is this?
Hello, it's good to be with you. It's good to be with you. So, Secret Service just told me, sir, would like a little more time. I said, you take all the time you want. You can take 2 hours, 3 hours, the hell with the people that have been waiting out here, but I'm sure they don't mind either.
but it is a great honor. And a lot of things are happening in the world. We just heard, you probably heard, that Israel was just attacked, very severely attacked. And Hezbollah looks like. And this is things that won't happen. I mean, you just can't. They have to respect us. They have to respect. They cannot do this. They cannot do this. What they did just now with that attack is terrible. Just happened. And so to all, God bless everybody. This is so serious. They have to respect our country. This would never have happened with us, and we just cannot let it continue. So we just wish them all a lot of luck. This happened as I'm walking on the stage. Most of you have heard about it, but it's a terrible thing. But I'm thrilled to be here in Nashville to become the first American president ever to address a Bitcoin event anywhere in the world. And with the historic Abraham Accords, as you know, we created peace in the Middle East. Unfortunately, they didn't add any countries to it, but we will. By contrast, Kamala Harris stabbed Israel in the back in its great hour of need. 2 days ago, she refused to attend the speech in Congress of the Prime Minister of Israel. She said, I can't make it. There was just a small group of people, but they couldn't make it because that's her original thought. That's where she comes from. She doesn't like Jewish people. She doesn't like Israel. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's always going to be. She's not going to change. Together with Joe Biden, she gave billions and billions of dollars to Iran and Hamas to fund their campaigns of terror. She gave them billions of dollars. They were broke. Remember, when I left, they were broke. There were stories that Hamas is out of business, Hezbollah is out of business. They were broke. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. The attack on Ukraine by Russia would have never happened. I spoke to President Putin often about it. It was the apple of his eye. He would have never done it. Wouldn't have done it. I said, you'll never do it. He would have never done it. It was only after I left that armies started aligning the border with Ukraine, armies. And I said, he's just negotiating. He'll never do it. But he did it. He did it because we had a weak president. He did it also because our move out of Afghanistan was so incompetently done. And I think when he saw the way we did that, he said, wow, this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with. But they weren't a paper tiger with me. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks instead of 5 years. It was supposed to take 5 years, 4 weeks. Within days of the heinous October 7th attack on Israel, Kamala Harris praised the anti-Israel protesters. You saw that, right? She praised them. She betrayed America's ally and sided with the radical fringe of her party, only for political gain, maybe for personal gain, I don't know. And this week, many of those Kamala Harris supporters burned American flags in the heart of our nation's capital and desecrated our monuments. Did you see? They sprayed very powerful spray paint into limestone, magnificent, the lions, the bells, you saw it. And you know, when that gets into limestone, you never really get it out. You'll see it in 100 years from now. They desecrate it. And by the way, January 6th, well, what's happening to these people that have done serious damage? Have they been arrested? Are they in jail now, like the January 6th hostages? And when are they letting them out? You know, we had a great Supreme Court ruling 4 weeks ago that really should let most of them out. When are they coming out? They're still there. When are they coming out? Unlike liberal Kamala, I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror. You have to support that. Got to win. Got to finish it off. And instead of pandering to the jihad sympathizers and America-hating radicals, we will deport them. We will deport them very quickly. We have no choice. And they understand that. They understand that. I have many friends in the Middle East, many great friends in the Middle East. They understand it. In my next term, I will once again appoint rock-solid conservative judges who will protect religious liberty and not let Marxist lunatics rewrite our Constitution. In my first 4 years, we will totally transform the federal bench, appointing nearly, remember this, I appointed nearly 300 judges to defend the law and the Constitution as written. I defended this law, this Constitution. Then they say, oh, he is not for democracy. I took a bullet for democracy. He didn't. In my first term, I defended, and like nobody, Christians against hate and bigotry. Nobody did what I did, and Marxist aggression. No president has ever done what I've done for Christians before. I restored religious liberty for doctors, nurses, teachers, and faith groups like the beautiful Little Sisters of the Poor. We defended them very strongly. I stopped the IRS from using the Johnson Amendment. That's a vicious, that's after Lyndon Johnson, who had a problem with a certain pastor in Houston, didn't like him, so he passed an amendment that was a disaster. To interfere with pastors' freedom of speech, he wouldn't let pastors even discuss anything having to do with politics, and if they did do that, they'd take away their tax-exempt status. So pastors were afraid because they need the tax-exempt status in order to do what they have to do, and we want to listen to our pastors. We don't want them to be silenced because these pastors are incredible people. That's right. I listen to you. Sometimes I don't listen well enough, though, I will say. You know, Franklin Graham, you probably heard me say this. I said it a couple of times. But he's a great guy and always been a supporter of mine. He was never a supporter of people politically. Probably he can't be. But he was always a supporter, and openly. But he wrote me a letter a few weeks ago. He said, President Trump, I love listening to your stories. You're a great storyteller. That was very nice. He said, but please, if it's possible, it'll be even better. Don't use foul language. He told me, please, do away with foul language. If you don't use foul language, it will be even better. And I thought about it, and I tried it for a couple of nights, actually. Actually, it didn't work out so well. It was, you know, when I get to the punchline, I'm ready to use that one word, just one, Franklin, one word. And then I use a politically correct word, and the whole thing just falls flat. But I try. I'm trying, Franklin, I'm telling you. No, he's a good man. He's a good man. I issued guidance making clear that the right to freedom of worship does not end at the door of a public school. We know that. I was the first and only president to convene a meeting at the United Nations to end religious persecution worldwide. That's the first president to do it. They didn't want to get into it. All of these very religious presidents that you've had, you know, religious in quotes, they said, no, we'll pass on that. But I went and I did it, and I was proud to do it. For 4 years, I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. And for them and us, I withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal. We left Iran weak, broke, and unable to fund terror. And we would have had a deal if the election weren't rigged and stolen. We would have had a deal within the first week after the election. Instead, Iran is now a very wealthy country. They were a poor country. I said nobody can buy from them. If you buy from them, you can't do business with the U.S. And China didn't buy, and nobody bought, and they didn't have the money to give to Hamas and Hezbollah. They had no money. They were broke. A Democrat congressman was on a show called Deface the Nation. Do you know? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Deface the Nation. You know, they spend millions of dollars with people to try and build up their name, and then Trump comes up, makes a speech. Look at all the television. Trump comes up, makes a speech, and you go Deface the Nation. So much for that PR campaign. But it's true. It is a defacing of the nation in many cases. The others are no different. ABC, NBC, CBS, they're all bad. But, you know, we have to bring back an honest press. If we don't bring back honesty in our press, this whole thing is not going to work. But I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. It was a big deal. And got it built for $2 billion under budget. took an old building and reconverted it for peanuts using Jerusalem stone. A friend of mine said, "Oh, I love Jerusalem stone." He's in New York, big rich guy. Every time I walk into his office, do you know what this is? I know it's Jerusalem stone. You tell me every time. Oh, it comes from Jerusalem. So now I'm building. I not only wanted to get it going, but I want to build it because I know I can get it built fast. And they had a building already. They were going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a site in Jerusalem. I said, wait a minute, don't we have something? We checked. Yeah, we always do, because we were there a long time ago. We were there sort of first, always by the post office like I did in Washington. If you get a post office, it's always the first building that they put in years ago. It's always the best location. So I said, do we have anything? Yeah. I said, hey, listen to the people. We're going to spend $2 billion on building an embassy. I said, how much do you think we can do it for? We think we can do it for $350,000. So this, really, we're going to take an old building and reconvert it. I said, 300. It's the only time I ever said this. I said, honestly, it's too low. It sounds too cheap. I've never done that before. Usually I say, okay, let's make it 300, right? Let's make it 250. But I said, I think it's too cheap. It sounds terrible. Do it for under 500,000. Yes, sir. I said, any chance we can use Jerusalem stone? A friend of mine says it's very expensive. He goes, absolutely, sir. It's all over the place. We're in Jerusalem. So we built the whole thing out of Jerusalem stone. Can you believe it? And got it done for nothing. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful embassy. And that was the capital of Israel. Every president for decades and decades promised that they were going to do that. Capital of Israel, Jerusalem. But I even got the building built. And we got it built. We had a beautiful opening. I went. It was a beautiful opening. And I had a young lady named Ivanka there. We had our great first lady there. We had a lot of my children, a lot of my friends. It was a beautiful opening. Remember, it was always going to be a disaster if you do that. And every president was going to do it. They got to the office. They go into the White House. All of a sudden, they get hit by every side. They never did it. They never could get it off. I understand it. There was tremendous pressure not to do it. But I got it done. I got the building built, and it was a great thing. We opened it, and there were no problems, People said there were going to be big problems. There would be bloodshed all over the Middle East. It never happened. It never happened. And we had it recognized, Jerusalem, as the capital of Israel. It was a great thing. It was a great day, actually. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. I never even said I was going to do it. I mean, the fact is, I've done more for Israel by far than any other president. Not even close. The surge of chaos and bigotry and violence the Jewish community is witnessing today is the direct result of weakness, radicalism, and cowardice of the Harris-Biden administration. Kamala Harris restored funding to the Palestinian Authority, as you know. She was the one.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Okay, all right. With that being said, we're gonna continue this tomorrow. Okay, in the morning. We're gonna stream in the morning. But yes, that was a good stream. Anyway, you guys are the best. Thank you to Mr. Busky. Thank you to every moderator in the chat. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to everybody who viewed. Tucker Towson. Tucker Towson? Is that Tucker Carlson? No. UFO Alien, RS, Kookaburra, Whisperer. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Okay. And just be kind to yourself, okay? Be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself always. Never stop being kind to yourself. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Double tap your screen. Double tap your screen as you leave, okay? This is the vertical stream right here. told you we're streaming vertically and horizontally. So this is the vertical stream right here, and that is the horizontal stream. So you double tap your screen to like the live show. Kukaburo says you don't know why YouTube suggested this live, and yet you stayed till the end. That was just wild. That is just wild. Don't be ungrateful, bro. Come on. Come on. Don't be ungrateful, bro. Or should we keep going? Let me know. Should we keep going or just end it right here? All right, Mr. Busquets said keep going.
Led it, and the UN Relief and Works Agency, which both funnel money directly to Hamas. She's the one that led it. And then you vote for her. I don't you got to talk to your friends, talk to your people. Ziggy, please. No, do you understand? Ziggy understands. She can't even believe it. But these are the people that give her money, and she's giving money to Hamas, Hezbollah, all of them. She's the one that really pushed for it. She supported removing the Houthis from the list of terrorist organizations, and she got that list taken out. She's the one that really pushed it hard. And remember, 5 or 6 weeks ago, everyone thought she was a nothing. Now all of a sudden, because she was the one, they were politically correct. You know, they did that only because they wanted to be politically correct, so nobody went and challenged her. All of a sudden, it's like she's the greatest ever. She's Margaret Thatcher, liberal version, right? Can you believe it? She was nothing 5 weeks ago. She was the worst vice president ever. She was the worst border czar in history. Now she says, I wasn't the border czar, but she was in charge of the border. She did a horrible job. But a group whose motto includes the words death to America, death to Israel, and a curse on all Jews. That's what their motto is. Most egregiously of all, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who doesn't know he's alive, by the way, delivered over $100 billion in sanction relief to Iran. They gave them a lot of money. They gave them $6 billion to a hostage. $6 billion. $6 billion. And it's unbelievable the amount of money they give for the. You know, when you do that, they're just going to keep kidnapping people, whether it's Russia or them or anybody else. Look what happened in Russia. We got a basketball player. They got the greatest reign of terror. This is the man, the Prince of Death, right? They call him the Prince of Death, Ziggy, right? He's the greatest arms dealer in history, they say. This is what we got. They got him back. I wonder what they're doing with him. Unsurprisingly, Iran is now trying to tilt the election in Kamala's favor very strongly. They're openly fighting for it. Kamala Harris is the candidate of the forces who want to destroy Western civilization, but most particularly Israel and Jewish people. And I'm the candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, defend Israel, and defend the United States of America. Kamala, I really don't call her Harris because nobody knows who Harris is. You say to people, Harris, who the hell is Harris? Isn't it a weird deal? Nobody knows. Even me, I'm saying Harris. I'm saying, who is that? It's like, oh, Kamala, because at least people know who she is. But Kamala and Biden's weakness and indulgence of Israel's enemies directly enabled the monstrous October 7th attack on Israel would have never happened. They knew nothing was going to happen to them with Biden. The deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust by far. Hamas slaughtered whole families, raped women, and burned Jewish civilizations alive and screaming. And we got to see the same video. It's incredible. And, you know, they actually deny it even took place. You have people that deny it ever took place. We do know that, right? They deny the Holocaust. But now you have a modern version denying that October 7th. I've seen it. They say it never took place. A lot of these protesters say, I don't know if they believe it, but they've been brainwashed or something. They deny it ever took place. A lot of people say that, which is pretty amazing, actually. This evil atrocity would never have happened if I was president. Remember that. It never would have happened, and it didn't happen. There was never a threat of it. Nobody ever even thought about it. With us, there was zero chance of such an attack, yet almost before the blood of the October 7th victims was dry, and even as innocent civilians remained hostage in the hands of the terrorists, and they are rough terrorists too, rough. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden began to betray Israel in an effort to appease the Hamas caucus in the radical Democrat Party. From the start, Harris has worked to tie Israel's hands behind its back, demanding an immediate ceasefire, always demanding ceasefire. It's like incredible, like they never saw what happened. That would only give Hamas time to regroup and launch a new October 7th style attack, whether it's in a year or 2 years or 5 months or 10 years, on innocent women and children. And the hostages are largely dead. I've been saying it for a long while. If you've been watching over the last few days, Hamas is really being difficult to negotiate with. And the reason is they're dead. Not all, but almost all, a lot. And I watched the way they grabbed that one young girl by the hair and dragged her in, the way they treated her. They're not keeping people around for now 3 years. They're not going to be taking care of them for 3 years, what they've done. And they're probably saying to themselves, we blew it, because everybody wants them to negotiate. They're willing to give them anything. All they do is they want their hostages back, right? They want their hostages back, and Hamas keeps saying, oh, the hostages are gone. They're probably saying to themselves, why did we kill everybody? But I think you're going to have very few people left. You're going to have a lot of them. A lot of people that they think are alive are not going to be alive. These are very savage people. Just last week, Kamala even said she would consider imposing a full arms embargo against Israel, one of the closest allies in the world of the United States. This is unthinkable. She said that. She wanted to impose an arms embargo on them like they did nothing wrong. It's not believable. Under no circumstances should a radical extremist who flirts with an embargo against Israel, a major embargo too, just a complete embargo, Israel to get nothing, ever become commander-in-chief of the U.S. military. You know, once the enemy sees if she was ever in there, they will take advantage of Israel beyond. The biggest strength that Israel has is they know that, like with me or somebody else perhaps, but fewer and fewer people, but they know with me that they have total protection. They will not know that if this other one gets in. They know that, they almost know certainly that they will have no protection, and that it will almost considered a benchmark in the people that she's dealing with. This is a radical left lunatic that we have running for office, and I'm trying to brand her as such, because if I don't, you know, they get a lot of support. They get a lot of money coming in from lots of bad places. So we have to win the election. When I'm back in the Oval Office, I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror. They have to have a right to win the war. Thank you.
Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more?
This right here was the funniest ever. This right here was the funniest ever. Who watched the debate? This was way too funny.
Civilians in Gaza.
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, She hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Everybody, I figured you would listen to the whole song, but let's get down to business, right?
Different spheres of
Y'all see her face? Look at her face. Look at her face. Oh my Lord.
terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Everybody, I figured you would listen to the whole song, but let's get down to business, right? Let's get down to business. And I want to thank Miriam. This is a great woman, a really great woman who loves Israel, loves the Jewish people. And she's really a special person, so I very much appreciate that she was here to introduce. Thanks also to the Israeli-American Council and CEO, my former special envoy to combat anti-Semitism, who did a phenomenal job. Where is Mr. Carr? He's around here someplace. Where is he? Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, Eva. Co-chairs Avi Almozleno and Tal Schuster. Thank you. We have the honor of having a very powerful man with us right now. He's the Speaker of the House, and he's really doing a good job. Mike Johnson. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. And one of the very top people in Congress. She's like a rocket ship. She's going up so fast. She totally destroyed the president of Harvard, you saw, with the big glasses, those big glasses. She asked her a simple question, and that was the end. She didn't get a very good answer. Actually, sounded a little bit like Kamala. But a really special person doing a phenomenal job in Congress, Elise Stefanik. Well, that's a pretty good hand. They jumped up. What was that all about, Elise? That's pretty impressive. Ambassador Michael Herzog. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A friend of mine, a great lawyer, and his beautiful wife is with him, Alan Dershowitz. There's
It's very, very nice. Thank you, Alan. And many other very distinguished guests. I have so many that I can't call because we don't have enough time. We're on television. We're all over the place, and I'm supposed to be calling out names that nobody ever heard of, so we won't do that. But please know that we love you all, including congressmen and senators that are here. We have a lot of them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we begin, I just want to mention some polls that just came out. They just came out. Remember in the old days, I used to call the polls because the fake news would never do it. I said, if I don't do it, nobody else is going to do it. Highly respected Rasmussen poll, one of the most respected polls. According to the Rasmussen, just out a little while ago, we're leading by 8 points, 52 to 44. 8 points, good. And they were that's national, and they were very accurate the last time, so a lot of respect for Rasmussen. And they also have us up 11 with independents. That's pretty good. The Emerson poll came out, another good one, highly respected. We're up in Arizona, we're up in Wisconsin, we're up in Pennsylvania, 3 states right there. Oh, I don't believe this, I don't believe it. Even the New York Times has us way up in the Midwest. Can you believe that? Oh, that was painful for them to say. We're 9 up in the Midwest, that's very good. And the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has us 3 up in Georgia, that's good, that's good. And CNN, can you believe this, has us? They did Arizona, 5 up in Arizona, so we're doing well. Daily Express, we're 5 up nationally, in the battleground states. So 47 days from now, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to, quite simply, make America great again, right? We're gathered tonight to talk about the sacred bond between the United States and Israel, and it's a bond that's in serious trouble. There's never been anything like it. I believe that we are closer to World War III than at any time in the history of this country since the Second World War. There's never been anything like this period of time that we're going through, and we have leaders that are grossly incompetent. They have no idea what's happening. In less than 3 weeks, we will mark the 1-year anniversary of the deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists slaughtered more than 1,200 Israelis, including men, women, children, and even little beautiful babies. They tortured, wounded, kidnapped, and horribly maimed thousands more. What a horrible time. Unthinkable. Could not have happened if I was president. Would not have happened. You know that. Iran had no money. There was no money for terror. 28 terror organizations, including Hezbollah and Hamas, they had no money. There were lots of stories about it. We had no terrorism during the Trump administration. Remember that? Tonight we honor the memory of all who lost their lives in the October 7th attacks, and we pray to God that Israel will redeem their deaths with ultimate victory over those who wish to destroy it. And we're honored, thank you very much, and we're honored to be joined this evening by several of the victims of the October 7th attack, that horrible, horrible day. Former Hamas hostage Andrei Kozlov, who was recused. Andrei was rescued by the IDF after 8 months of very horrible captivity. I can imagine. Where's Andrei? Is Andrei here someplace? Yes? Yes. Come on up here, Andrei. He's got more courage than I have. Come on up here. said, do you want to say something? And he wasn't exactly sure. Say something, Andre.
I'm a little bit shy. I'm close to Trump, like I'm shy. What can I say? Thank you so much for this careness, and I really appreciate endlessly. Really, thank you.
Well done. We'll see you, man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
He's a good-looking guy. Also with us is Dede Simchi, the father of Guy Simchi, who was murdered on October 7th. And I will tell you, that was just a horrible thing, and I've said hello. Could you please stand up? What a great gentleman to suffer like he suffered. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate it very much. Would you like to come up? We'd love to honor you. Would you like to come up? Come on up. Come on, in honor of your boy. In honor of your boy.
Thank you very much. I very, very appreciated what you are doing for Israel, what you did, and what you will done. I hope for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great man. What they've had to endure. Also with us are the parents of several of the current hostages, and hopefully we're going to be getting them back very, very soon. Very, very soon. Thank you all for being here. Thank you very, very much. What you're going through is very hard to even understand how it could have happened in the first place. I'd like to ask you just to stand for a second, please, in honor of what we're all here for, because we're going to get them out. They're going to come out. Thank you all very much. That's a great group of people, and that's a lot of people, too. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us, and we pray for you, and somehow it's going to work out. We're going to get it to work out. And this evening we repeat the vow that we have kept in our hearts since the terrible day in October. Never again, never again. This should never have ever happened. This should never have happened. Should never have happened. Weak leadership in the United States allowed this to happen, and it should never have happened. It would never have happened. It's so sad to see. 1 year after the horrific massacre, we are instead threatened with a different future, one in which October 7th happens again and again. We have to recognize it again and again. I'm here tonight to deliver an urgent warning to Jewish Americans and to every friend of Israel all around the world. And you have so many Christian friends. They love Israel. So important. I have so many Christian friends, and you know, when I first started running, I will tell you a story. Maybe I shouldn't, but I will. I was campaigning in 2015 in Iowa in a very Christian area, and there were about 6,000 people, and it was in a church, and they were very religious Christians. And the father, the minister, and a few others were there, and they said, "Sir, would you please say something great about Israel?" I said, "Say it again. Say it again," because I didn't realize, you know, in the old days, it wasn't like this. He said, "If I say something good about Israel, that's not a positive for this particular group, is it?" no, sir, if you say something good about Israel, they'll love you. I said, my, things have changed. How things have changed, right, Miriam? So I was a little bit circumspect, to put it mildly. And I went out there, and that place went wild because they liked me right from the beginning. I don't know why. A lot of people have bad taste, I guess. But they liked me right from the beginning. And I said, we love Israel, and we will save Israel, and we will fight with Israel. And the place went wild. I said, what the hell is going on? They love Israel. I hate to say it. Sometimes they love Israel much more than Jewish people in New York love Israel. Alan Dershowitz knows that. They really do. It's an amazing thing, and that's when it really started, and it was incredible. But you have Christians and evangelical Christians, they love Israel so much, and it's great to see that. It's great to see it. If we continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, and I don't say Harris because when I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I just said it to another group. You know, Miriam has me working hard here. I have this group, that, but this is the big one, right, Miriam? This is the big one. But don't worry, I said that to the last group also. No, she's got me working hard. But it's sort of interesting when you look at what we're doing and how important a mission we're on. If we continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala, Israel will be faced not just with an attack, but with total annihilation. And I hate to say it so much. It's total annihilation. That's what you're talking about. You don't have a protector. You have a big protector in me. You don't have a protector on the other side. And I've said long and loud, anybody, and especially over the last few years, anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. But beyond that, if they love Israel, anybody that votes for a Democrat or Kamala especially, because this is the worst ever. This is the worst you've ever had. This one makes Barack Hussein Obama look like he loved Israel by comparison. But you should have your head examined because it will face an unceasing bloody war to obliterate the Jewish state and drive Jews out of the Holy Land. That's what they want to do. They want to drive Jews out of the Holy Land. And they are not forgiving people. You found that out on October 7th. By the way, when Trump was president, you had no problems, did you? None. You had no problems. You ever think of that? I wanted to tell Israel that numerous times during the presidency, but I didn't want to do that and then have something bad happen. But nothing bad was going to happen. They didn't have the money to prosecute the war. Nothing was going to happen. We had everything in check, beautifully in check. And by the way, Russia would have never attacked Ukraine either, just so you know. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had that horrible situation in Afghanistan, where we lost 13 great soldiers, where $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment that I bought, beautiful stuff. I bought and they gave it away. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And we wouldn't have that. We left American hostages behind. Remember that. All of that wouldn't have happened. Think of it. October 7th would have not happened. That wouldn't have happened. And we wouldn't have had inflation. It was started by a stupid oil policy and a spending policy. We would have never had inflation, which has destroyed many families. Let me spell out bluntly the danger of 4 more years of weakness in this White House. If Kamala is reelected, Iran will quickly obtain nuclear weapons. They're already about ready to do it, okay? And you know, they were so broke, and I'm not looking to hurt anybody, but they were broke. I had sanctions. Anybody that did any business with Iran could not do business with the United States. I told President Xi of China, if you do business with Iran, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not doing any more business with the United States, and I'm going to put on tariffs of 200%. And China didn't buy anything. And other countries likewise, other countries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Iran was ready to do something. They were ready to make a deal. They weren't spending the money because they didn't have the money to spend. And you didn't have a single strike. You had nothing happen during this period of time. It was a beautiful time. Not a single strike. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Iran will right now quickly obtain nuclear weapons capable of killing millions and millions of people. Jewish people, non-Jewish people. There's no discrimination with nuclear weapons, you know that. And the power is unbelievable. And I know because I renovated, fixed, and bought brand new nuclear weapons. We have the greatest nuclear stockpile now. But I hated to do it because the devastation is nothing. This will be Third World War if it happens, and we're relying on stupid people. If it happens, this will not be 2 army tanks going back and forth and shooting. This will be, again, obliteration. This could be world obliteration. And we have to get back to common sense, and we have to get back to good leaders that are respected by the other side. Our leaders are not respected by Russia. They're not respected by China. They're not respected by Kim Jong-un of North Korea. They're not respected, frankly, by anybody. From behind this nuclear shield, the regime will be free to unleash its militant terror brigades to turn the Jewish homeland into hell on earth. They've already started with October 7th. Rockets will rain down from above until the Iron Dome has been exhausted. You know, the Iron Dome is great, but when you send too many, there's not a thing it can do. It's exhausted. It becomes exhausted. They call it that. They want to exhaust, and they send up anything. They send up, they call it garbage into the air. Let them keep sending their missiles up, and eventually they don't have any missiles to protect, and that's when it begins. We can't do that. Terrorist death squads will conduct constant raids into Israeli territory from all sides, going door to door and torturing, raping, kidnapping, and massacring innocent civilians. This is what it is, and you know that better than anybody because you've just seen it. A year ago, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem will become unlivable war zones as suicide attacks grind life to a halt. So, as president, I would look at a map of the Middle East, and I'd see a massive, massive piece of land, and I'd see a little dot, just like this stage, and that, right at the top. This would be Israel. And I said to Miriam, I said to Sheldon, I said to friends of mine, how can such a big piece of land, I mean, how could this be possible where you have that little piece of land surrounded by massive numbers of people and soldiers, big armies. Iran has a big army. Big mistake when another administration took out Iraq. You know, you had two for centuries. They would fight each other under different names, under religion, but they were the same strength. And they'd fight and fight and fight, and then they'd relax, and then they'd fight and fight and fight. This went on for centuries. And then somebody who wasn't a very smart person eliminated one of the sides, and the other one was left with nobody to fight. And now the other one basically has Iraq as a subsidiary. And Iraq is very rich, and so is Iran very rich. When I was there, Iran had no money. Now Iran has $350 billion, all made in 3.5 years. They took off the sanctions. But Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran. Don't let anyone ever tell you. And Iraq has over $300 billion. So this is a very rich two nations, and they are essentially one. And they're getting closer and closer all the time. This is a nightmare that should have never happened. Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, you see the Houthis all over? They've long dreamed of making all of this come true, and if Kamala Harris wins the election, her weakness and incompetence, she's grossly incompetent. Look, she can't do an interview, okay? And let me tell you, I won that debate by a lot.
By a lot. You know, I walked off the stage, I said, man, did I beat her, even though I was against 3 people. I kept saying, I said, what are you doing here? And you know, the things I said were right. Like I said, we have massive increases in crime. And David Muir said, that's not true. The statistics show that crime is going down. Anybody in their right mind, take a look at what's happening from the border. That we have crime that's worse. I said, you're wrong on that. Crime is going down. Now let's go to the next one. I said, what the hell was that all about? I only have one regret, that I wanted to be elegant and I didn't want to attack the anchors, which would have been very easy to do. So I didn't attack them, but I should have attacked them because it was 3-on-1. It's like a basketball game, 3-on-1. It's very hard. But we did well. And you know what? Since the debate, we're getting great kudos because they're analyzing the debate. They say, you know, Trump was right. I was right on everything. She made up all these stories, the bloodbath story. She made up all of these stories. It's disgraceful. And that's the problem we have. We have a fake media. And so we have to fight harder, and we have to be stronger, and we have to be much smarter. And by the way, Israel and Jewish people are attacked by the media that I can't even believe. The New York Times is controlled by a Jewish family. I don't think there's anybody worse to Israel than the New York Times is. I read articles about Israel that I know are false. The New York Times and plenty of others. So my message today is very simple. If you want Israel to survive, you need Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States. It's a very simple message. Very, very simple. Right? You. Thank you, everybody. Under my leadership, America will once again stand shoulder to shoulder with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. Right now, all they do is fight the State of Israel. Don't do this, don't do that. I will support the same people that gave us Afghanistan are telling you what to do, by the way, which every one of those generals should have been fired. You know, I knocked out ISIS in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. I had great generals. We have the greatest army in the world. But not the people that are on television. These are people that don't know what the hell they're doing. They should have all been fired. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror, and it has to win it fast. Will you please win it fast? Win it, but you have to win it fast if you can. And I was always, thank you very much. I will always defend Israel's fundamental right to exist as a Jewish nation in the Jewish homeland. That's what it's about, isn't it? But remember this, you're under attack like never before. There's never been a time like this that people can remember. This was a period, they say, if you read it, and I find it very interesting, but this was just before the Holocaust. I think there's a very great similarity because nobody can believe what's been happening. If Kamala Harris wins instead of the most pro-Israel president ever, which I have been already declared to be, you will have the most anti-Israel president by far, far worse than Barack Hussein Obama. Over the past 12 months, Kamala Harris has repeatedly demanded an immediate ceasefire to save Hamas. She wants to save Hamas. Meanwhile, she and Biden deployed U.S. military to build a $230 million pier to resupply Hamas. The pier didn't work out too well. Every time there was a little rough weather, the thing got ripped apart. Those of you in the real estate business know what I'm going to say. Those contractors made a hell of a lot of money. 230 million every time there's a little rain. It blew apart. Wonderful job. This was not General Patton's bridge. General Patton knew how to build them. He built them fast and cheap. Kamala Harris has even suggested that she would consider imposing a full arms embargo against Israel, and what she wants to do. One thing about politicians, like she wants to defund the police, she wants to do all these things, no fracking, you know, now she wants fracking, no fracking. For 20 years, there will be no fracking. And then she's a chameleon. He said, that's true. She just yesterday reaffirmed her support for blocking major arms shipments, as you know, to Israel. She blocked them.
If these are positions Kamala Harris takes before the election, just wait to see what she would do after the election. You won't have a country left. Israel will be doomed. I really mean that. Israel will be doomed. And, you know, I said to Miriam today, I said, you know, they have to go through a little tough love here today because we have to tell the facts. Israel will not exist within 2 years if she becomes president. And what a difference a president makes, big difference. Just 4 years ago when I left office, the United States and Israel were safer, closer, and stronger than they have ever been before by far. Under my leadership, we totally obliterated the ISIS caliphate. We terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. I withdrew from the horrendous Iran nuclear deal and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. They had no money. They wanted to make a deal. The saddest part, they had no money. They wanted to make a deal. And these guys came in and they never made a deal. You could have made any deal, but now they're rich again because he took all the sanctions off and everybody started buying, in particular China. China went from buying nothing under Trump to buying billions and billions of dollars of oil a month. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council, which was a big thing. I sanctioned the anti-American and anti-Israel radicals of the International Criminal Court. Many of you know what that meant. That was a big deal. I defunded the Palestinian Authority and choked off all of the money to Hamas. Don't forget, nobody ever did that. I said, how much are we paying them? Almost $1 billion, sir. I say, they treat us so disrespectfully. They say death to America, and we're giving them money. Why are we giving them money when they say death to America? So I said, how much money do we give them? Almost $1 billion. I said, tell them they're in default. You're not supposed to treat us that way when we give you money. Tell them that they won't be getting money anymore until such time as we make a deal. And I will tell you, we had them very, very close, and then we had an election that really hurt it, and too bad. But we did do the Abraham Accords and other things, but I would have even preferred to do this. We would have had something done. Just as I promised, I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that work there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I said, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said to David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. And I said, let's do it. We got it done in about 15 minutes, right? 72 years. You know, for 72 years, it's true. Planes would fly in, fly out, fly in. In the old days, there weren't such nice planes. But they'd fly in every year. They'd have a meeting on the Golan Heights. They'd have lunch. They'd have dinner. They'd have this. They'd have that. They'd leave. Nothing would happen, right? And then one day, Trump came along, and it was done very quickly. 4 years ago, last Sunday, we signed the historic Abraham Accords. It's a big deal. And secured peace in the Middle East. That was peace in the Middle East, really. 4 very strong countries, and we would have had all of the countries signed. We would have had, in my opinion, I know this sounds ridiculous, I believe Iran even would have signed because of all of the benefits and all of the trade and all of the other things. I believe that, but we won't get a chance to see that because the 4 countries are still 4 countries. Within 6 months, we would have had just about all of the countries done. Biden and Kamala have done no countries into the Abraham. It's still there with the 4, but nothing's been added to it. It's a shame. But from the moment Kamala got to the White House, she and Crooked Joe took over historic successes and turned them into unprecedented failure and peril. You know that. Harris restored funding to the Palestinian organizations immediately, giving them billions and billions of dollars. And much of that money went directly to Hamas. Then Kamala and Joe Biden delivered over $100 billion in sanctions relief, all stuff that I held back. And I would have been very good. They would have been very happy. I wanted one thing from Iran: no nuclear weapon. I didn't want much. No nuclear weapon. And now they're very close to getting it, and you can't let that happen. They're very close to getting it. Here at home, Kamala's partnered, and she's partnered with anybody she can. You hear the things coming out of the administration. You hear what they're saying. But she pandered to the Hamas supporters and the anti-Semites in her own party. The things she says, it's not even believable. She said that radical anti-Israel demonstrators at college campuses were, quote, showing what human emotion should be. Oh, isn't that nice? I'm telling you, Israel has no chance. Jewish people that love Israel have no chance. As border czar, which she denies she ever was, but she was the border czar. But even if she wasn't, she was in charge of the border. So what difference does it make? She let in thousands and thousands of terrorists at our southern border. 21 million people, of which thousands of terrorists have poured in. When I was there, I let in almost none, almost none. They had a chart that was a very well-known chart. I liked it very much. It's probably my favorite chart of all time. Remember that? I looked to the right. Let me see that chart. I looked. It's my favorite chart of all time, but it showed the great numbers that we had. But one of the numbers that was released recently was that in 2019, one of my years, I don't believe this number, by the way. It was done by Homeland Security. I appreciate it, but I don't believe it. I had no terrorists coming into the United States. They had zero. Now we have thousands. So I don't believe the zero, but the number was very low. 10, 12, 5. How can it be zero? But they actually have zero. That I had zero terrorists. So we used to check it, but we had very little. Now we have thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country. It's so sad, and only bad can happen. Only bad things are going to happen. She imported migrants from terrorist hotspots all over the world, and now we have armies of jihadist sympathizers brazenly marching through the streets of our cities. I've never seen anything like it. Where did they come from? How did they get here? Kamala Harris is the candidate of the forces that want to destroy Western civilization. The other day, in fact, it was yesterday, the FBI reported that Iran has spied on my campaign. I'm going to have to hire Alan Dershowitz. Only Alan Dershowitz could do it. Iran has spied on my campaign. Think of this. And given the information to Kamala. What's that all about? That alone should get me elected. Think of it. Iran got the information from my campaign and gave it immediately to Kamala and the campaign apparatus over on the other side. I'm the candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, defend Israel, and defend the United States of America. When I return to the White House, we will quickly restore stability in the Middle East, and we will return the world to peace. And remember the phrase, peace through strength. You know, I had no wars for 4 years. I remember crooked Hillary Clinton. Remember, she was up debating me, and she said, look, just to brag a little bit, because nobody else is going to say it if I don't. Israel will have the support it needs and the powerful ally that it deserves in the United States. Here at home, I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip. We will restore the travel ban, some people call it the Trump travel ban, and keep the radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. That was upheld by the Supreme Court, and it really did work. Again, we had no terrorist attacks into the United States. Think of it. Now I'm talking United States, if that's okay. We had no terrorist attacks for 4 years. Nothing. Nothing. They knew, don't play games with us. And we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our midst. We will get them out. If you hate America, if you want to eliminate Israel, we will throw you out of our country so rapidly your head will spin. We're going to get them back. We're going to get those beautiful kids in some cases, because they're always your children. You know, they'll say, oh, he said children. No, they're always your children. And some older people also, by the way, but we're going to get them back. We got to get them back. We can't let this happen again. So incredible that you're to make the trip, so many people. It makes me realize how important this is, Miriam, frankly, for so many people to make the trip. And there's nothing more important than what you're going through. And there's nothing more important than the people that you love. And it will be so beautiful to see it work out well. We got to make it work out well. Got to make it. And to confront the crisis of anti-Semitism at our universities, I will tell college presidents that they must end the anti-Semitic propaganda, or they will lose their accreditation and they will lose all federal support. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the most important election in the history of the United States, and it's also the most important election in the history of Israel. Can you imagine that? A non-Israeli election is the single most important election that Israel will ever have. Isn't that something? With all I have done for Israel, I received only 24% of the vote. But I understood that. That was in 2016. And, you know, it's one of those things. I thought I'd do much better. I happen to have a Jewish daughter. I have a Jewish son-in-law. I have 3 Jewish grandchildren. I thought I'd do much better. But I only got 24%. Think of that. And then I became president of the United States and was the best president ever for Israel and for the Jewish people by far. Nobody was close. I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem. And most importantly of all, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was the worst deal ever made in the history of Israel, in the history of the Middle East. I was there 4 years, gave them billions and billions of dollars. I was the best friend Israel ever had. And still in 2020, now I've done all these things, so now Jewish people have no excuse. I got 29%. I went from 25 to 29%. Think of that. Honestly, you didn't treat yourselves well. You didn't. It was a terrible thing. And what made me even more upset about it is the current polling has just been announced. Now, I just announced the polls and I'm now polling at about 40%. That means 60% of Jewish people are going to vote for Kamala or a Democrat. And honestly, you ought to have your heads examined. You ought to have your heads examined. And those votes may be necessary for us to win. I say us to win because we're in this together. But who are these people? Who are the 60% that would vote? And I really believe that bad things, very bad things are going to happen. And I'll put it to you very simply and as gently as I can. I wasn't treated properly by the voters who happen to be Jewish. I don't know, do they know what the hell is happening? If I don't win this election, and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens, because at 40%, that means 60% of the people are voting for the enemy. Israel, in my opinion, will cease to exist within 2 years. And I believe I'm 100% right. You know, there's a hat that comes out, Trump was right about everything, and I believe I'm right. And that's a hell of a thing to say, but I believe I'm right. If I do win, Israel will be safe and secured. We will stop the toxic poison of anti-Semitism from spreading here. All over America, it's spreading. It's spreading like it's never spread before. I've never seen anything like it. I really believe it would be obliteration, and it'll happen quickly, too. It's very close to happening. With your vote, we will reject anti-Semitism in our schools, reject it in our foreign policy. We will reject it in our immigration system. But all of that starts with rejecting Kamala Harris at the ballot box this election. Number one, she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She doesn't know. She can't do an interview. How do you think she'll do against President Xi? She can't do an interview. And I'm not even saying she's stupid for not doing that, but her handlers know what they're doing. Can't have it. We went through 4 years of that. We can't go through another 4 years of that. Together, we will save the United States of America, and we will save the state of Israel on November 5th, 2024. It will be the most important day in the history of Israel. It'll be the most important day in the history of the United States. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless Israel. Thank you.
I won, but I understood that. And then I became president and was the best president ever for the people of Israel and for Jewish people, the best president ever. And I did more for them than any president has, and probably any president can do or will do, other than the current situation that's coming up, because I have a feeling that maybe that's going to be more than anything that was even done in the past, if you want to know the truth, because I think Israel's in big trouble. But I gave them, as Miriam said, Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords, which is amazing. Nobody thought that was possible. 4 strong, powerful countries signed. Think of it. I would have had every country signed. I might have even had Iran signed, okay? As crazy as that sounds. You're kidding. You know that, Michael. I might have even had that. But we had peace in the Middle East. When I left, we had peace in the Middle East, but I had the Abraham Accords. And it was something that if Obama had done it, that would have been any prize, you named the prize, but they would have had every single prize ever devised by man. I did it. Nobody said a thing, and that's okay. I do the right thing. And I was helped a lot by Jared and a lot of other people that really understood what was going on. But I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem and got it built. Not just had it there. You know, the generals came in one of my days in office. They said, "Sir, could you sign this? What is it?" It said, "Order for $2 billion."
Yes, y'all. So let me know what you guys think, because I see you, Mr. Busky. All right, with that being said, thank you for tuning in to the live stream. God bless you. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We've been watching this for 1 hour 45 minutes. We got 1 hour left. You want to keep going, or you want to just end it right here? Let me know. And Cooper says she loves the United States, but she doesn't want Trump to support Israel. Cooper says she doesn't want Trump to support Israel. Why? Cooper, can you elaborate why? Let us know why in the chat, Cooper.
$1 billion to be spent on an embassy that would have cost much more. I said, "Where's the land?" "We don't have it yet, sir, but we have a couple of terrible sites under negotiation." I'm good at real estate. These were bad locations in Jerusalem. I said, "Do we have anything? Let us look, sir." And they do. They had a site that was better than anything we had, a much better location, and we have it for nothing. So far, I'm doing a good job. Then I said, "Is there a building on it?" "Yes, there is, but it's not in use." I said, "Is it structurally sound?" "Oh, yes, very strong, very structurally sound." "Is it set back because you want setbacks for embassies for things called bombs. Yes, it's set back and it's on high. It's one of the best locations. I said, so we have it. So I dealt with David Friedman. I said, David, how much would it cost to renovate the building? Give me a good price. And he came back and said $400,000. I said, David, that's too low. This is the only time I've ever said this. Usually I say, it's too high, cut them in half. This time I said, that's crazy. From $2 billion, think of it, to $400,000. And I said, that's too low. We got to spend more. And we ended up spending a little bit more than that, very little. And a friend of mine has, a couple of you have heard this, Jerusalem stone in his office building. And every time I walk by the elevator bank, he says, look at this stone. It's Jerusalem stone, so expensive. And I said to him, very successful guy, very rich guy, and he was complaining about the price. It's Jerusalem. But every time, after 20 times, I said, don't tell me it's Jerusalem stone again. Right on the elevator bank, beautiful stone, Jerusalem stone. So I'm there, and I say, listen, by any chance, talking to one of the contractors, I said, you think you could use Jerusalem stone? Is it expensive? No, it's cheap as hell. We're in Jerusalem. And we built the whole building out of Jerusalem stone. And we did it very inexpensively, got it opened in about 4 or 5 months. You would still be talking about your $2 billion building, Ted. That building would be under talk for about 5 more years, and then they'd spend $5 billion and it would look like hell. This building is better. You'll never do better. Someday they'll rip it down and do some monster. But I was very proud we got it built. And most importantly of all, in my opinion, because I asked, what's the best? Golan Heights, is it? Is it Jerusalem, the capital, moving the embassy and all of that? What is the best? What's the best? Is it the Abraham Accords? And some friends of mine that are very smart, no, not even close. The best thing you ever did for Israel is you terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was the worst deal ever made for Israel or for any country. That was the best. That's true. That was more important. Remember, that was more important than any of the other things, of the many other things that we did. The problem is that Harris, Kamala, and Biden did absolutely nothing with it. You could have made after the election, which we had a very bad thing happen with that election. Think of it. If that election were proper, you wouldn't have had Russia attacking Ukraine. You wouldn't have had October 7th. Would have never happened because, as you know, Iran had no money at that time. None. Zero. Nothing. They had no money to fund. There were stories about it, that there was no money for terror. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had that horrible leaving of Afghanistan in such a way, not the leaving because we were ready to leave. We would have left before them, but we were leaving with strength and dignity. That was the worst. I think it was the lowest day, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Because of that, probably that's why Putin won it. He would have never gone in with me, though. But all of these things, and on top of everything else, I gave them more than $20 billion, Israel. And I said, when I did it, I said, I'm the best friend they ever had. And still, in 2020, so remember, I got 25%. Now I did all of these things, and I got 29%. Think of it. So I wasn't treated right. But it's not me that's been treated badly. It's Israel, because you can make a big difference in the vote. You're going to be a big factor in the vote. I will say places like Miami and different places were great. But honestly, I went from 25 to 29. And based on what I did and based on my love of the same love that you have, I should be at 100. I should be at 100. But let me give you the bad news. A poll, I just told you how good the polls are, but we need every vote we can get. The current polling has me with Jewish citizens, Jewish people that's supposed to love Israel. After having done all of that, having been the best president, the greatest president by far, a poll just came out. I'm at 40%. That means you got 60% voting for somebody that hates Israel. And I say it's going to happen. It's only because of the Democrat hold or curse on you. You can't let this happen. 40% is not acceptable. because we have an election to win. So after all of this, I went from 29 to 40%. And people that are smart said to me, friend of mine Jewish, friend of mine loves Israel, loves everything about your religion and about your country, your place. He said, I can't believe it's happening. It's sad. And he started to cry, actually. He started to cry with all of this. And he's a tough cookie. I don't think he cried since he was a little tiny baby. Maybe then I don't think he cried. I don't think he cried then, Miriam. But I will put it to you very simply and gently. I really haven't been treated right, but you haven't been treated right because you're putting yourself in great danger, and the United States hasn't been treated right. So if I don't win this election, and I've been very good, they say Trump's been right about everything. I've been right about a lot of things. Even Ted will admit that. I've been right about.
Leaders yesterday at the UN General Assembly came together to call for.
Okay, so let's come to the modern days. What happened yesterday and what happened yesterday, okay? We're going to continue this in the morning, but I want us to finish that. We are 1 hour, 51 minutes into it. We have about an hour, 20 or 30, an hour, 30 minutes left or something like that. Anyway, so I want us to see what's going on at the border right here.
Alicia, for more on this, let's bring in Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Chris Olivares and independent journalist Auden Cabello, who I've spent a lot of time with both of you gentlemen. And from the fentanyl, from the drugs, to the TDA, violent Venezuelan gang members, to children, unaccompanied minors coming across. We've seen and will play for you of that video that LT you had of the 10-year-old. But breaking news right now, we have the pictures of a 5-year-old that was being smuggled yet again in Maverick County. What can you tell us, LT?
Well, Griff, first off, these unaccompanied children, these events that we're capturing is becoming all too common now. Just as you mentioned, I just received information and some photos of a 5-year-old little girl that was smuggled across the border in Del Rio yesterday. And one of those images there, you can actually see the criminal smuggler from Mexico carrying the child across the Rio Grande River, and then was picked up by a smuggler who was then transported to a hotel. Now, our state troopers, our investigators were at the right place at the right time when they were able to capture the child and that smuggler you see in the photo right now, arriving at the hotel. And we were able to intercept and rescue that child, a 5-year-old, as I mentioned. And of course, as we went through the investigation, we spoke to the mother. The mother is a permanent resident here in North Carolina from Mexico. And she said that she paid $8,000 to a criminal organization to get her child across the border. Now, I think this really highlights the inner workings between families and legal guardians and people that are trying to get their children across the border by, having this coordination with criminal organizations in Mexico and also in the United States, and how it works between smugglers in the United States and criminal smugglers in Mexico. So it's a really devastating and really sad, story chain of events that we're seeing. I mean, I shared multiple videos throughout the week of a 2-year-old and a 10-year-old that were brought across the border by themselves. But it's becoming all too common now. And really, if it wasn't for our state troopers and our investigators being there, there's no telling what could have happened to this child, where she would have ended up if we weren't there in time to rescue her. And that's why many children are forced into labor or sex trafficking, because that is just the reality of the situation on the border right now when it involves unaccompanied children.
A reality that is as heartbreaking as it can be. Auden, you spend time and reside in Piedras Negras across from Eagle Pass. You know it better than anybody. What can you tell us about this surge that appears to be happening and what you know is happening on the Mexican side?
Well, as I've been reported in southern Mexico, we've had at least 6 caravans that have departed the state of Chiapas. And the whole argument is whether these caravans will arrive to the U.S.-Mexico border. And the answer is no, because of a tactic well known in Mexico called Operación Hormiga, or ant operation. And basically, just as LT described, a lot of this is outsourced to criminal elements, organized crime, where they're crossing the migrants at remote areas. And you're not going to see them arrive all at once, like we did with the Haitians when they all arrived by the busload in Acuña, across from Del Rio, or by train, like we saw in Piedras Negras across from Eagle Pass. You're going to see this slow arrival, scattered, of migrants that are being moved by criminal elements. And I think once Trump takes office, we're going to see more of it. And just when you thought that, Operation Lone Star was very effective and that, they're reaching the end point, I think it's going to be a lot more work for them, especially now that, like I said, that these families are outsourcing and also the corruption in Mexico, they're outsourcing all this criminal, the illegal crossings to the criminal elements in Mexico.
For some reason, the 47th was the 45th at the time, was the first person to say Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is now like a household name here because everybody's now saying Tren de Aragua are now spreading across the United States cities. But if you remember, the 45th was the first ones to say that this people are spreading across the United States, especially in Aurora, Colorado. That was the first time I heard Tren de Aragua. I never heard it. I only heard it first from the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. And for Cooper says the Palestinians were there since the 1500s officially, and those people in Israel today are Ashkenazis, not Canaanites. Man, one thing I got to tell y'all is Cooper is definitely knowledgeable. I told you were vast yesterday. You are definitely vast. Your knowledge is vast. That's why I said I would like to learn a lot from you because you really know a lot of stuff. And that's smart. That's like cool.
LT, you have your hands full there in Del Rio and Eagle Pass. In fact, we can show you just yesterday in the last 24 hours, while numbers are lower, Eagle Pass is yet now back to being ground zero for crossings, more than 450 in that Del Rio sector, which encompasses Eagle Pass, but it's more than San Diego, more than Tucson right now, more than El Paso. LT, obviously you've doubled resources and you're seeing it there, but what is the plan going forward if this surge is coming, and how do you guys plan to handle it?
Well, you brought up those stats, and actually I was going to mention those stats as of yesterday, the Del Rio sector.
But this is the thing, right? Some people are going to support Israel, some people are going to support the Palestinian people. However, this is the deal. Peace, okay? Whether you support the Palestinian people, whether you support the Israelites, look, peace is the main thing, because if there is peace, the people you support are going to be alive and well, and the people you don't support are also going to be alive and well. Regardless, everybody's going to leave to fight another day, but peace is like the number one thing ever. Like, without peace, what are we doing here? What is this? 200 plus illegal migrant cross-border into Texas on Friday. Just Friday.
Now is back, number one as far as all the sectors across the southwest border. And just one thing I want to touch on, Otto's been doing some great reporting as far as describing the complexities of Mexico and the United States and how these internal workings are related to illegal immigration and how these smaller groups are making their way to our southern border, which it's been consistent ever since the start of the year. So how we tackle that is we want to be proactive, regardless of the numbers, regardless of the fact that numbers are down, especially in Texas, over 86%, because I would credit that to our efforts. But nonetheless, we are still seeing smaller groups. And with those groups, you are seeing more unaccompanied children and also special interest aliens from adversarial countries. And what can we do to try to tackle that and try to prevent that? Well, we double down our resources. We ramp up our efforts. We reinforce areas along the border with razor wire, infrastructure, wherever we can actually have that ability as a state to do that, we'll continue to make those efforts possible. But again, as Auden mentioned, we're not out of the clear yet, and we could possibly see more of these smaller groups coming across the border, more children, more criminals that are going to try to recapture as that desperation level reaches an all-time high because of the fact that there's going to be a new administration.
And I want to get, Auden, before we run out of time, your take on how is this all playing in the Mexican media on the southern side of our border with the reported phone call between Trump and Sheinbaum, and with the incoming border czar Tom Homan continuing to really speak about how they're going to go hard and fast on day one at shutting down the border?
Yeah, so one thing that I've always said about Mexico is they're very duplicitous in their ways. Domestically, they'll say one thing, and that's what we saw with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
Cooper, you may be right, because at the end of the day, it's like the British people like sort of kind of colonized the world. The British sort of colonized Earth, because I know a lot of countries, especially Nigeria, was colonized by Britain and the United States as well. So it's like England colonized a lot, probably more than half of the world, like half of the earth. That's just wild. How does that even happen?
Domestically, she publicly read out the letter that she sent to President Trump. And then we saw the statement from President Trump saying that the border was closed. So there's this disparity of messaging, but the reality on the ground in Mexico is that they also see an uptick in violence. You see the cartel fighting in the state of Sinaloa and also in Tamaulipas, and that's what's pushing these unaccompanied children and the CIAs, the special interest aliens, through the state of Coahuila. And that's why I've been predicting that we're going to see more of it. And the Mexican media, the messaging, like I said, it's quite different than what the U.S. media is reporting. One single phone call is not going to solve this situation. I think the battle is ahead of us.
The battle is ahead, and we will be following.
Anyway, thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. You guys are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. God bless you. Thank you to the veterans in the chat. Thank you to the moderators, Cooper, Mr. Busky. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I hope you have a wonderful day. Today, it is currently 4:10 a.m. Jake from State Farm. Shout out to Jake from State Farm, bro. Jake from State Farm. I see you. Yes, man. Okay, guys, we gotta go. Okay, it is 4:11 a.m. and today's date is the 1st of December. I mean, think about it. We just celebrated New Year's like 2 days ago in my mind, and now it's currently the last month of the year. Do not waste your time, guys. Your time is valuable. Make sure you do all you can to get your time back, because time never waits for nobody. You can lose money, you can lose relationships, you can lose property, you can lose credits, you can lose whatever, but you can never ever get your time back. Once it's gone, it's gone. There's nothing you can do about it. So fight, man. Just fight for your time, because your time is too valuable. Like, everybody's goal should be trying to get their time back, because that time you've wasted doing what you're not supposed to be doing, rather than pursuing your goal, pursuing your dreams, pursuing the things that the universe has brought you here to do. You are wasting time. Okay? Time is the most valuable commodity. So please, oh, this is why. Stop wasting time, man. I'm so helpless at this point, nothing worth living for. Salim Araya says, I am so hopeless at this point, nothing worth living for. Let me tell you something, Salim. If you can type, you have something to live for. Okay. If you can type on the chat, you do have something to live for. So don't say you're so hopeless, because there are people without shelter. There are people without their energy to use their arm, to use their legs, to even eat by themselves. There are people who are in the hospital right now getting a new kidney, getting a new liver, getting a new lung. You know what I mean? So getting a new pancreas. So it's like, if you can type, you're on the internet. So you have something to live for. Just relax, take a deep breath. And I'm not trying to say, your um, inability to find satisfaction and joy is not relevant. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that there are people who have worse life than you can ever imagine. And if you think you're going through a lot of stuff, let me tell you something. People are going through crazy things. Crazy things. Like crazy things. Yesterday was Thanksgiving. Was it yesterday? No, sorry. 2 days ago was Thanksgiving. We spent Thanksgiving at the hospital. And it's like you're here saying that, you don't have something to live for. Salim, all you got to do is take a deep breath and think about the good things in your life. Okay, think about the good things in your life. Think about the people that make you happy. Like think about the things that makes you smile. Think about the things that bring joy into your heart, because life is hard. I get it. Okay, life is hard, but you really don't know how hard life can be until you don't have your health, until you don't have shelter, until you have no love. So it's like, please don't say you don't have anything to live for. I promise you, if you think about it, you'll be able to count the things that bring joy into your heart. But life is very hard. I'm not gonna cap. I'm not even gonna cap. I'm not even gonna cap. Life is absolutely hard. But this is why I like hanging out with older people, because I mean like older people, like 60 years old, and people who have actually enjoyed their lives, because it's hard to actually find someone who enjoys themselves, who enjoy their lives, because everybody's constantly thinking about the bad, the ugly, and why they never achieved what they say they wanted to achieve, and why they never lived a joyful life and happy life. So my advice is try to live your life. Okay, people are gonna have their reservations about you regardless of what you do. People will have reservations about you. You do good things, they're still gonna talk about you. You do bad things, they're still gonna talk about you, bro. So it's like, who cares? Okay, you are there. They'll say you're not there. You're not there. They say you're there. So it's like, wait, what are you gonna do? Okay, what are you gonna do? So do you, be good, and don't s- don't be too hard on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. Okay. Don't be too hard on yourself, okay? Take a deep breath. And Shuli Ali. Okay, this is a therapy session. We moved from politics to therapy. Okay, here we go. Shuli Ali says, I am also going through a rough time, but as long as we keep God in our mind and stay in prayers, things will get better. You are absolutely right, Shuli. You are absolutely right. Julie, you are absolutely right. Shout out to Shuli, and God bless you for those um thoughtful words, the comment. And shout out to Sally Mariah one more time. She says, I appreciate you and those words. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, yes, we have the best community here, Salim. with Mr. Booski, Cooper, everybody out here. It's like this is not even the full gang, but however, I'm still meeting some people that they are good-hearted people. Yeah, man. Yeah. But if you don't get anything else that I'm saying, get this, okay? Do not waste your time. The older you get, the faster the time goes by. Faster the time goes by, the older you get. So take your time very seriously and use your time for something productive because everybody's going to grow older. Some people are going to die young. I mean, it's just what it is. But if you're going to be among the ones that grow old and die, then you want to use your time. It's like you're just going to live an old life and not do anything. Like, bro, man, you're not going to stand for anything. And that's another thing. Like, some people don't stand for anything. Like, you don't stand for nothing. You just live life the way it comes. Stand for something. Use your time. Time. You can never overemphasize this. Time. Okay. Time. Impact. Make sure you are impactful in people's life. Like when you do leave this world or leave your environment or leave your society or leave your city or leave your country, people know that you were there, that you passed through that place, that you journeyed through that place. You know? Shuli, God bless you, Shuli. Shuli says, and make it a habit to count your blessings. The more you focus on the good, the smaller your troubles or issues becomes. You are absolutely right, Shuli. The bottom line, everything hinges on our choices. Being happy is a choice. Being happy is a choice. Absolutely, Shuli. Being happy is a choice. Being happy is a choice. It is absolutely a choice. And this is one thing I'll tell you guys, okay? First of all, Salim, how old are you? So I know what to tell you. Because it depends. Your age depends on what I'm gonna tell you right now, Salim. How old are you? Cooper says, I've been through depression and I learned it's not something I want present in my life. I could be doing something I enjoy for myself. That's what I'm saying, Cooper. Golly. Absolutely, Cooper. Cooper says New York is a depressing. Okay, New York is depressing to me, so that's why I left. Change of environment helps also. Cooper, you are right. One more time. Your environment is 50% of your problems. Your environment is 50% of your. I can say your environment is like 75% of your problem. Because if I place you in a place with stars and shining lights and joy and good vibes and good food, good air, good energy, positivity, your life is already going to be great for that day. And that's why people take vacations, okay? Because it's like you want to forget everything bad going on with you. I lived in New York, but not too long though. But for me, I mean, I was like 23 or 22. I can't remember, but I mean, New York was fun for me. I'm not even gonna cap. New York was fun. It was cold, but it was fun. Just when you take on too much responsibilities too, that can cause depression. That can definitely cause depression. But according to Cooper, she says, so Cooper, why would you say you were depressed in New York? Was it just the fast life or the bills in New York? Or why would you say you were depressed in New York? Because a lot of people would say New York is a fun place for them. It's really rare for me to hear someone say New York is a depressing place. Mr. Busky says, I lost both my parents as a child and lived on the streets from 13 to 15. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry to hear that. And was able to better my life. I just kept pushing until I eventually got on my feet. Stay away from negative people. Man, Mr. Busky, you are absolutely right, Mr. Busky. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Busky. Mr. Busky said your environment and the people you surround yourself with can have a big role in your mental health. That is the crown right there, Mr. Busky. Your environment and the people you surround yourself with can have a big role in your mental health. Salim says, such good advice. I need to move where it's to move somewhere. It's so sad. Salim, where are you at? Are you in the United States? What country are you at? Shirley says, I live in the Netherlands. Things aren't hunky dory over here either, but it's whole lot better than other places. I'm just recovering from a bad breakup while I'm still in love with my ex. Okay. That's another, like, that right there is on another level. I mean, when it comes to breakups and exes and all that stuff, that's that's really complicated. That's complicated when it comes to love stories. Love stories are complicated stories. And no matter what anybody tells you, your heart tells you something different. Um, Cooper says, I grew up in New York, so it's not the same to me. Mm, mm, yeah, like foreigners like us, when we go to New York, it's like, oh, Happy New York. I did the partner we go made up. There's nothing you can't do. Because we're foreigners. But man, but you grew up in New York, so it's the same thing. It's the same to you. Okay. Hooper says I grew up in New York, so it's the same to me. I did everything you can think of. The culture change. I just hate it. Like peace and too many crazy people on the street of New York now. Um, Julie says anything we go through will strengthen us. Man, look, surely anything you go through definitely will strengthen you, but do not let what you're going through send you to the other side. That's what I'm gonna just tell you. The things that you think is gonna make you stronger, but they're just really gonna end you. So try as much as you can to know the difference from getting stronger and getting sent to the next life. Okay. Learn to withdraw when you can. Learn to like live to fight another day, because I see some people fighting like lost cause, lost journeys. Like it's hard to explain. Really, it's like it's hard to explain. Cooper says, "Surely I still love my ex too, and I don't usually love anyone that much." Ah, Cooper. Yeah, we need to do. Yeah, look, Cooper. I think we should do like late night special. This is gonna be like so cool. Julie said, I still love my ex too, and I don't usually love anyone that much. Man, Cooper. Cooper, how many kids do you have? You got kids? Mr. Busky said, exactly. Sure. So, Mr. Busky, you too, you love. Mr. Busky says, one thing I learned is if you truly love someone, you never stop loving them forever. You were right about that part. They have a piece of you, but you always have to work for a better future without them if they can't be there for you. That's coming from a definitely experienced man right there, Mr. Busky. Mr. Busky said, when you're at your worst, they shouldn't be there when you're at your best. That's tricky. That's tricky, Mr. Busky. Cooper says she has one child. Was that from your ex or from the new love? Because I mean, If it's from your ex, then you're still gonna be connected. How do we go from immigration to how we go from immigration to talking about therapy, right? Shirley says, Cooper, this is the only. Here we go. This is the only man I ever loved. We've been in each other's lives for 11 years. Met when I was 21 and I'm 32 now. See, from 20s and early 30s, those are confusing times. I'm not gonna even cap. So, when I was 21 and 32 now, my mind state is what meant. Wait. My mind state is what's meant to be will be, and if not, I'm grateful for 11. Oh, okay, I get that a lot, but I think only men say that because I can fall out of love with you and still be cordial. Okay, Cooper, explain. Explain yourself. Shuli said, okay, Cooper, this is the only man I ever loved. If they can be there for you, which it was that man, someone who loves you will help pick you up when you're down. Man, Mr. Busky, I agree with you, sir, but it's tricky, okay? It's tricky. That's the thing, like it's tricky. It's really tricky because sometimes the people who love you, people love in different ways. Okay, people love in different ways. Like the way you love your child is different from the way you love your spouse. The way you love your spouse is different from the way you love your parents. The way you love your parents is different from the way you love your siblings. It's just different type of love. Cooper says, "Oh no, my child is a teenager. Lol, my ex I love I met over 2 years ago." So, wow, your child is a teenager. Wow. My ex I love I met over 2 years ago. Hmm. And this is another thing I just want to, I just want to throw out there. Sometimes we're down and we meet someone and then you fall in love and it's like, oh, you're in love. And you may not be in love. It may just be the times. But that's not to say you don't love your ex. I'm not talking about you, Cooper. Okay, I'm just saying sometimes you're down, you meet someone that become very compassionate, and then you sort of think that's like that's it. Sometimes it's not. Cooper says it just means because I loved you last year don't mean I love you this year. Oh my goodness, Cooper. Yo, he says if I love you last year don't mean I love you this year. You're such a Jamaican. Uh, Chili says, Mr. Busky, you had it right. Um, we were there for each other in good and bad times. Hmm. This is fun. Shout out to Mr. Busky. Mr. Busky says, I won't tell someone I love them if I don't. Lots of people throw that word around without realizing that they don't truly love someone. I agree with you, Mr. Busky. That is absolutely true. Definitely agree with you. Um, love is harder than what people think, though. Love is too hard, really. Like, if you really wanna talk about love, love is absolutely hard. Y'all think love is like, oh, sweet. Love ain't sweet like that. It's like love is like life. Okay, life is hard, people. Just how love is. Life is hard, and same thing with love. Love is hard too. So, better. I'll give you an advice. Don't love. Keep your love to yourself. Only love when it's very, very sure that you're gonna get the love in return. Cooper Amerindian says, I'll tell someone I love them. Cooper says, yeah, it was opposite. We met when, okay, Cooper said it was opposite. We met when I was interested in dating. I was trying to be a single. Oh, I get you. Yes, that's what happens. Okay, when you're not expecting, that's when you get it. When you're expecting, you never get it. Shirley says, Mr. Busky says, this gets deep. I'm telling you, man, it gets deep. This is a universal conversation, okay? No matter where you are. For example, Shirley, she's in Netherlands right now. That's the thing. Like, everybody finds love anywhere you are. I don't care where you are in the world. Love is a universal language. It's the same thing with money. Money is a universal language. Kindness, compassion, those are universal language. Um, yes, she says Salim. Yes, where's Salim? Okay, but it's almost definitely already. No, love is a blessing and a curse. Julie says life is a blessing and a curse. Of course, just like life. Cooper says, but I fell in love and we had a few bumps in the road, but it's hard right now. He's soft. I'm not. Oh, I can get that. I don't understand, Cooper. Growing up in New York, you've seen a lot, so you ain't soft. There ain't no way you soft, Cooper. There ain't no way you soft, Cooper. Um, I think it's too thirsty for companionship instead of letting the love flow naturally. Cooper says he's thirsty for companionship. Cooper says he is thirsty for companionship. Cooper says, and he moves to my country to be with me, but I travel a lot. Wait. Cooper, where are you right now? Are you back in Jamaica? Wait. You you're in the Caribbeans right now? Where you at right now? Salim definitely checked out. I mean, she went to sleep or something, not like check out like that. Like she just went to sleep. Yeah, y'all don't. Yeah, she went to sleep. Nothing. Yeah. Ah, guy right now. Yeah, your name is actually the definition of what you just typed. Where it says you're gonna be matchmaker next. I mean, yeah, I mean, because we went from talking about Israel and the Palestinian people to Ukraine and Russia to the immigration system to Ash Patel, the Federal Bureau of Investigation director, and now we're talking about this. How did we get here? Yeah. Oh yeah. Cooper says Barbados. Oh yeah. So you moved from New York to Barbados, and that's your hometown. That's where but you were born in New York, but your parents are from Barbados, right? Shirley says, Cooper, by what you just said, it seemed to me y'all have completely different love languages. Oftentimes, we don't invest in how partners receive love. And yeah, you see, that's those words. Yeah. Shirley, I get it. I understand what you mean, but man, once you start going down that road, it's a disaster at the end of the day. I ain't gonna cap. All those languages, receiving love. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, it's just exhausting. It is exhausting. Cooper says, yes, I was raised in New York, but I've always been back and forth. I was always, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So wait, are your parents still, like, they're still alive right now in Barbados, or it's just you and your siblings and your child, your teenage child? Chile says, Cooper, nice. I'm also a Caribbean. Okay, so wait. So Chile, you are in Netherlands right now, but you are from the Caribbean islands as well. Girl, big up the Caribbean. She said, girl, big up the Caribbean. Yes, sir. Mr. Busky says, let me hold this right here, man. Rest my back. Mr. Busky says, to some people, time and companionship is everything. The older you get, the harder love is to find and keep. Mr. Busky. I would say I don't know because I mean, I'm 29 years old, so I can't really say for a fact. However, it's like I feel like back in the day, it's hard to find people. These days, it's so easy because social media is now here. We just, like I met my wife on social media, so it's like it's so easy to find friends now. It's easy to find companionship. It's easy to find, it's easy to just find people to work with, whatever you're trying to find online. For example, now we're talking here. You're from Netherlands. You're from the Caribbeans. Uh, what's her name? Cooper is in Barbados, and we're having a conversation right now. Back in the day, it's so hard to do this type of stuff, but now it's easy this time. Um, Cooper says Chile. My family is there too. My family is from. Oh, for real? Your family is from Suriname, living in Holland. What's his name? Cooper, do you remember Zima? I think you remember Zima. Zima is from Suriname too. Excuse me. Karen says I am from Arizona. It's the same language here, and I am 58. Karen, do you have kids? Another American 91 says it's like we're gods almost. Yes, yes. Even the Bible says ye are gods. Okay, let me go find that chapter for you guys. Yeah, that's the chapter right there. It's a line from Psalm 82:6. Karen Murray says no kids. You want to share why you decided not to have kids, or it didn't just happen for you? Oh, that's the language you speak, Sranang Cooper speaks Yoruba too because Cooper always says Alafia. So she probably speaks more than two languages. Shirley says, yes, I was born here in the Netherlands. My mom is half Brazilian, half Antillean, and my father was Cuban. So you have the mixed genes for real, Shirley. Karen says it wasn't planned. Yes, wasn't planned. That that right there, I could definitely get because children are not something that you you know, just pop out. You have to actually plan. I have a 5-year-old daughter, so I definitely know how challenging that can be. I wouldn't advise anybody to just have kids. You better plan yourself right. And you don't have to. Most people think they have to have kids, and that's something that it's like indoctrination. I have to have kids. You know, you don't have to if you don't want to. But some of us want to have like five, six, seven, which is fine too. Everybody has their own philosophy in life. It's just what it is in life. Conversationally, I understand it when I hear it. My family speaks it. We call it taki taki. Taki taki taki. She says, I absolutely love Surinamese food. It's to cook it as well. Surinamese food. You guys have that noodles and chicken and beef and all that stuff. Uh, Karen, Karen says, I love everyone else's. They're great. Yes. Because you have to drop them off at the end of the day. But when you don't have to drop them off, it's harder. Bakabana says, Bakabana Bami. What's that? That's the food? Bakabana Bami. And pepper gizzards is most favorite Suri food. Huh. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Surinamese. Bakabana. Jesus, what is this? Okay, Bakabana. What is that? Okay. My family is straight from bush, lad. Bro, I am from Nigeria, so I'm not even gonna lie. My family is not straight from the bush. Because if I tell you I've never seen a snake, I've never seen none of that stuff. So like when most people say, "Oh, Genesis, you're from Nigeria," it's man, I'm in the city, bro. Ain't never seen none of that. Oh, sorry, Karen, I didn't see you coming. Karen says, uh, yeah, but I wish I would have had at least one. Too late now, though. Too late now, though. Is it something you really think about, or it's just like, I wish I would have had one, but it's fine. Is that something you really think about, or it's just like, man, I wish I would have, but Oh. Just says all the time. So what are you saying? Don't quit your day job at the shine. Guess. Karen says my animals are spoiled. Wait. So you have? I'm sure you have cats though. I'm sure you have cats and you have some dogs too. Sheila says. Shirley says, I am Nigerian by affiliation. I was raised with Nigerians in church. I love egusi soup with fufu, but when you make it, the smell lingers a couple of days. Oh my goodness, Julie. Yep, you're definitely right. Oh, Karen is the cat lady that JD Vance was talking about. Let's see. Mm. Julie says, I also have one cat. I see. She says, just cats. Cooper says, I lost my dog this year. It was royalty and it's broken heart so bad. My same ex offered to buy me a new. Girl, you better get that dog. You better get that dog. You better get the dog from your ex. Karen says to keep bad spirit away. Hmm. Karen says to keep bad spirit away. I think cats are more spiritual. Well, look, all pets are spiritual because I've heard so many things about dogs as well. But cats are just on another level, especially black cats. They're on another level. In Nigeria, cats are like as a matter of fact, nobody keeps cats as pets in Nigeria. Only old people keep cats as pets. And by old people I mean like late 70s, early 80s. Call them the elders pets. They're for elders. Because they're like owl. The way owl are. That's how they are. Yes, for sure. As a matter of fact, we need to start speaking different languages, not just English up here. So Shirley says, so that means you speak Pidgin English, right? Where from Nigeria are you from? Tell us now, I beg. That's the thing, Shirley. Like when people talk on the live stream and they don't have profile picture, I need to like see a profile picture to know if you're actually like facts. But yeah. Yeah, Cooper. Yeah, of course. I mean, so I'm saying like here, everybody keeps cats as pets. Like they rub the cats. Like everybody's. I'm like, but culture is different. Back home, cats are like for elders. Like elders. Like young folks are scared of cats. Like man, that cat probably seen too many things in this world that I've seen. You better get your tail out of here. Mr. Busky said I'm a dog person too. I've had some pretty crazy cats. Well, why don't you want to get the dog though? He offered to buy the dog, and you said no. That's the thing. Like, let me tell you something. This is something that I've come to realize. I mean, look. I'm like 29 years old, like you guys already know. So whatever I'm saying is just, it's not. Some people say I have an old soul. Maybe that's true, or maybe not. I don't know. But the fact is, you never, ever, ever regret the things that you did. Most times, okay? You only regret the things you didn't do. Most times, we rarely regret the things that we did. What we truly regret are the things we didn't do. Like if you left your family, you're not gonna regret leaving. What you regret is not calling them when your heart told you to call them. You know, like those are the things that you regret. You don't regret the bad things you do. You regret the times that you could have changed the bad action that you were doing. Cooper says a lot of people don't like cats. Cooper says a lot of people don't like cats around babies either. Yes, yeah, Cooper, I could tell definitely. Cooper, I could tell definitely that you are the African. You got the African genes for sure. You got the African genes for sure. You say a lot of people don't like cats around their babies either. Man, here everybody jumping at the baby. The cats smoother babies because of their milk breasts. Oh, the milk breath. Hmm. Never heard that one before. Most times when I see cats, I just like now I'm like neutral with cats because of me and I'm in the United States. But back home, cats like they are spiritual, like really spiritual animals. Mr. Biscuit said like the one Siamese I had attacked anyone who wasn't a member of the family, like a guard cat, but too protective of the house. Cats, yep. This was they're called boti. Boti means like butter in Nigeria. It means soft ones. Karen says good advice. Yes. Shirley says I don't have a profile pic because I don't want it on YouTube. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Most people want privacy. Yes, I know. I know. First says I told him I'll think about it. If I see someone having puppies, I wasn't ready for a new dog yet. My dog still comes to me in my dreams. God, Lee, you really love that dog. And I'm sorry to say this for the pets people, okay? Look, I'm just gonna be real. I don't understand how people go to shelters to adopt animals, and then they go adopt kids. I'm sorry, I know you guys are probably not gonna like me after this, but this is me. People treat animals better than they treat human beings, and to me, that's just not acceptable. That's not. We ain't finna take that. Okay. Cooper says Cooper is right. Ads do tend to do that. They're just licking the milk of their lips. Um, Karen says they're okay. Yeah. Okay. This is just my opinion. Okay, it's like, and it's also like your culture really determines how you see animals too, though. Shirley says people rather have pets because the responsibility is way less. Yes, I get it, but like when I see dogs living large, when I see cats living large, I'm like, come on, bro. Why are you living large? You don't have to do all that. Okay, the kids I haven't eaten since 2 days ago. You need to get yourself out here. And like the pets in this part of the world is like the way they act is way different. Like you see a dog in Nigeria and you see a dog in the United States, especially like a well-fed dog here and a well-fed dog back in Nigeria. It's two different type of dog. We were, where were we? We were in, godly, where were we? I took my daughter out yesterday. I think we were in Walmart. Was it Walmart or Publix? I can't remember. There was a person holding like a baby carrier, like a baby stroller, and it was a dog in a baby stroller. I'm just like, yeah, this right here is too much. Cooper says, I don't treat my dogs like they're baby. I don't treat my dogs like they're babies. I treat them as dogs, but I invest into my dogs because they serve a purpose. Shout out to Karen. Night, 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 night. Sheila said, I feel you, Genesis. Some people just love their pets so much. And some people who can't conceive take pets instead. Yeah, you may be right. And I also don't feel like when people say people can't conceive, that's just like that's an excuse because everybody, if you wanted a child, you can actually go adopt a child and take on that responsibility. If you actually want it, if you're yearning to be a parent, you can actually adopt a child, but you know, it's just what it is. There's so many options. Just like you go buy a dog, adopt a animal. You can actually adopt a child if you want to know what it feels like to have a child. People say I don't want to go too deep because you guys, I don't want to go too deep, guys. Okay, well, is Mr. Busky still here? If Mr. Busky is still here at 5:02, then we're gonna have an issue. We're gonna have a problem if Mr. Busky is still here. Mr. Biscuit said, "Yeah, I have a family member with an obese dog who runs their house. My dog is loud, but is treated like a dog. He's well trained by the company and keeps me in shape. Shout out to Mr. Busky's dog." Cooper says, "Like me, I don't let dog lick my face and no dog on my bed." Shout out to the Barbados mama right there. Shirley says, yeah, here in Holland they do the same with those strollers. I can understand when elders people use them. Mr. Biscuit said, lol, I know. I said not until 5 earlier. But here we are. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna let y'all go. Okay, it's currently past 5. All right. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. I think we should do this more often. We should talk about like regular stuff instead of just talking about politics every single time. This was fun. This was really fun. And we could actually do like a poll on things we should talk about. I think that would be fun to do. And yeah. All right. With that being said, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself, never give up on your dreams, never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, believe in God. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to the Barbados Cooper, and shout out to the Netherlands Shirley, and shout out to Mr. Busky. And yeah, I actually enjoyed it too. It's just, I mean, this is fun. Like my goal, and I've said it before, but my goal is actually to stream IRL, like in real live streams. I don't want to stream, the news every single time. I really want to stream real life stuff, like real life stuff. I know I'm gonna grow to that level, but for now, I just want to keep it going because I don't want to stop and wait till I can actually stream real life stuff. Then I'm like waiting for no, 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 no. You don't wait, okay? That's why I always say instead of looking for perfection, because me waiting to stream real life stuff is going to take time because everybody has what they're going through. So it's like, let me just start streaming something until I can actually stream what I want to stream, Alafia. I appreciate you all on the Genesis talk. Oh, is that what we should call it? Genesis talk? I mean, I don't know. I already made a logo right there, the Genesis show. I mean, y'all, you didn't see it? I don't know if I can show you guys. Okay, wait. Let me see. Can you guys click on this link right here? Can everybody click on this link right here and tell me, because it's the same stream, okay? This is just the vertical that you're watching right now. Can you click on that? It's going to take you to the horizontal stream and tell me how you like the design that I did. Just let me know. Everybody click on the link. If you can, let me know. Oh yeah. This is my IG. That's the thing, like, oh, the link isn't clickable. I see. That's my IG right there. The same name. That's my IG right there. Oh, Cooper says the link is not clickable. That's wild. The link isn't clickable. That's wild. Leave me a comment on my old community post on here. Should I've tried to click on the link, but nothing happens. I don't know how to send you guys. But I think Mr. Busky was on the other stream before he came here, so he saw the design that I made. It's just sort of like a. I wish I could show you guys, but I can't show you guys because the cameras. Oh, probably I could show you guys, but I have to take off this camera to show you guys, so I can't really show you guys. But anyway, oh, Mr. Busky, let me see. Oh, Mr. Busky, that's your channel link right there. Is that your channel link? Yeah, because I'm doing it from my computer. Let me see. Copy link. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, so you guys can actually so when you click on the link, what? When you click on the link, right, it'll take you it'll say take me to wait, let me see. So when you click on the link, it's gonna say go to channel. You click on go to channel, and then you go to live, and then you click on the second live stream. Then you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Did you guys get that? I just want you guys to see if this is a nice whatever settings to stream on. Because for some reason we get a lot of people on the vertical stream, but we never really get too many people on the horizontal stream. I don't know, maybe it's not like YouTube isn't sending it out to people. Did you guys get that or no? Oh, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper said, classic Mr. Cooper. Oh, Mr. Busky. Bro, I am gone. So, all right. Shout out to everybody tuning in. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right. I am signing out. You guys are the best. I can see you guys next time. I'm gonna go over to Cooper's YouTube. Shout out to everybody. Okay, go over to Cooper's YouTube. All right, love you guys. You guys have a wonderful night. Shirley says you've gained a new sub in me, Genesis. God bless you, Shirley. God bless you. God bless you. And we are live every day, Shirley. So tune in every day. Tune in, tune in, tune in. We're gonna be live here in the morning too. Yeah, Mr. Busky, like let's Mr. Busky, like we need to Mr. Busky, we need to come together and like figure out how to segment these shows. You saw my message, Genesis. Did you send me a message? Cooper, you sent me a message. Where? Oh wait, you mean on Insta? Wait, let me go check. Where did you send a message, Cooper? On the other live. Oh yeah. Shout out to Cooper, man. Yeah, Cooper's on the other live. So what do you think about that? Like the United States flag and the whole design and stuff. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like this other live, the horizontal live has more perks than the short live stream. And I don't know why YouTube wouldn't send a lot of people to that one. But anyway, I'm just gonna keep streaming horizontal and vertical until probably I build up the vertical or the horizontal stream. And shout out to Mobius Quadron says yum. Yeah, I don't even know how we got here to Egusi soup, but we're here. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Cooper says it looks nice to me. All right, shout out to Cooper. And okay, we are going to be signing out. Yeah, Mr. Busky, we're gonna have to talk about it. And yeah, Cooper too. We like the moderators. We need to come together and talk about something interesting to stream in real life for people to watch. You know, and then yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Okay, we're gonna talk about it because now we're monetized, so we need to like get it going. We need to get it going. Okay. You guys have a wonderful night. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Also, if you have any ideas, just put it in the comments of the video, okay? Cooper, if you have any ideas, or Mr. Busky, if you have any ideas, just put it in the comments, okay? I'm gonna read it because there's no way like we can actually text. So just put it in the comment section of this video. So I can read it, okay? God bless you guys. You guys have a wonderful night or wonderful morning. It is what it is. God bless you guys.